and Mr. Darden. Good morning, Council.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, we have the items of evidence present from the LAPD, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
With the exception of 3 control vehicles on item 7, 12, and 49, which I request counsel.
All right, and Mr. Neufeld, you wanted to inspect those items, and Mr. Goldberg, you wanted that done on the record, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Well,
proceed.
he hasn't inspected the items, but he wants to open some of those.
How many of these items do you need to see, to open to see?
I just wanted to open the corner envelopes for there's the 16 or so items.
How many?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 23 items.
Haven't you already been given the opportunity to do this
No, Your Honor.
previously?
Oh, no, that's not the point here. The point is, before I actually display them to the witness, I just want an opportunity to make sure these are the same ones that I've seen in the past. That can take literally 7 or 8 minutes to do. I was here at 8:30 for that purpose, as you know, Your Honor. I can do it during a very brief recess between the end of their recross, the end of their redirect and my cross. I just need those 7 minutes, so before I actually show them to the witness, I've had an opportunity to look at them myself to make sure they're the same.
All right, Mr. Goldberg, would you approach, please?
Yes.
Let me give you my scissors. You got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
We'll do it on the record. Do you need gloves for these things?
This is all the, if I may.
All right.
She has.
Mr. Goldberg?
We were just discussing that we don't have any seals to reseal the items, which we'd like to do after they're reopened because they are analyzed evidence. Ms. Mazzola just brought that to my attention.
All right, Ms. Robertson, do you have evidence sealed so we can reseal each one of these items after they've been opened? All right, would you supervise that process then over there, please? All right, Mr. Goldberg, Mr. Darden, can I ask you to clear a few items off your council table there, put them over here on the bar by the jury rail so I can observe what's going on as well, and let's do this as expeditiously as we can. All right, let's get started.
Try to take them out to the best of your ability in the numerical order.
All right, Ms. Mazzola has removed the contents of a 9x12 manila envelope. There appear to be numerous coin envelopes. All right, which one do you have there, Ms. Mazzola?
It's item H.
All right, item 8, there appear to be 2 coin envelopes. They appear to be what, stapled together? All right, you've removed 2 bindles. Harmon, you're going to have to stand out of the well, please. Mrs. Robertson, let me ask you to reseal these items. Again, 2 coin envelopes that appear to be stapled together.
I need to walk. Stay about 40 minutes with redirect. I can start on, but we did this before I get to the decision, if you want to do this during recess, if you prefer.
Well, let's do it now. No, I don't. Yeah. This is the best. Let me see if I had- All right, which item is this? So 11. All right, 2 bindles.
They are in a sealed condition, the bindles.
All right.
Thank you.
Also appears to be 2 coin envelopes. Stapled together. Excuse me, counsel. That's 3 times now. Deputy Jacks. Appears to be 1 bindle.
Is that have a 12 on it? Is that a 12? What is that? Yeah, 12. But it doesn't have a 12 C.
Property I prefer towards.
Appears to be a single coin envelope. Appears to contain 2 paper bindles.
Two paper bills. Yeah.
Noted.
Item 44.
All right, a single coin envelope. Noted. Appear to be 2 coin envelopes stapled together. All right. 2 paper bindles.
Item 46.
All right, 46. Deputy Magnera, would you make preparations to resume today at 1 o'clock instead of 1:30? All right, item 46. Would you describe that, Ms. Mazzola?
Appears to be a menu from a Thai Chinese restaurant.
Folded.
Item 14.
All right, single coin envelope.
Two bindles again.
Noted. Single coin envelope.
Item 47.
Appears appears to be 3 coin envelopes stapled together.
And also for the record, so far, all of the coin envelopes from which the bindles came were sealed.
Yes. And Ms. Mazzola, what is that?
The single bindle that appears to be sealed up with a plastic signature.
Does that say C, or is that a controlled bindle, or just a number?
Second.
All right, the second sealed coin envelope. All right, a single bindle out of the second coin envelope. All right, Ms. Mazzola,
Item 48.
3 coin envelopes. Deputy Jacks, there's a lot of talking in the audience. I know 3 journalists and 1 book author. They're about to go out. Ms. Hazlett, would you come here for a moment?
bottom would be a specific seal, just one on hold.
All right, that was a single paper bindle.
It also appears to be sealed with tape, and it appears to be the control bindle.
Item 41,
Single coin envelope. I'm sorry? All right, 2 paper bindles. All right, 2 coin envelopes stapled together, 1 sealed.
Yeah, the 2 bindles.
2 paper bindles.
item 4,
2 coin envelopes stapled together, 1 sealed. All right, 2 paper bindles.
And 2 bindles.
5,
Appear to be 2 coin envelopes stapled together. One is sealed. Appear to be 2 paper bindles. Mr. Fairtlow, is there a reason you can't do that during a recess?
item number 6,
2 coin envelopes stapled together, one appears to be sealed. Both are sealed. Excuse me, Mr. Neufeld, could you step 2 steps to the left? Thank you. Single paper bindle. All right, second coin envelope. Appears to be 1 paper bindle. Next item,
39.
2 coin envelopes stapled together, 1 sealed. One bindle. Was the last item 2
Last item was 49.
49, but there was 2 envelopes, correct?
Envelopes.
Right. All right. All right, which number is this?
This is item 52. There are 3 envelopes.
All right. awfully long 7 minutes.
You read that, it would be less than 10.
One bindle. One little bindle. Tubes. Okay. Item 7. One envelopes, one seal. Excuse me, 2 seals.
Mrs. Robertson, do you have your stapler there? Ms. Mazzola?
One of the seal envelopes is empty. One paper bindle and 4 microfiche tubes. CNT.
R.I.
This just says 7, it doesn't say 7C.
Item 51, 2 envelopes, one sealed.
Item 15,
3 plain envelopes, 2 sealed.
one through the window.
All right, if you'll, Mrs. Robertson, if you'll reseal all those items, please. All right, Mr. Newfeld, have you had the opportunity to observe those items?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to ask the court that since the prosecution chose not to use this evidence as part of its direct case with this witness, and I did ask specifically to use it for my cross, and I had to delay the end of my cross until they were produced, that the people not be allowed to use this or these items, refer to them on their redirect, since it's not something I went into on cross yet, and I would have been entitled to show them to the witness for the first time on my cross.
Well, Mr. Goldberg indicated to me that he only had 20 more minutes. There's been no indication that he intends on using any of these items, so since that's a decision I don't have to make.
Your Honor, we had an issue as to items number 15 and 16, which the court asked that we bring
Yes.
here this morning and now have. I don't know whether the court wants to
Have you
speak.
displayed those to Mr.
Yes.
Newfeld?
This is item number 15.
All right, standard American Airlines ticket jacket with appears to be a ticket sticking out of it, or at least the stub.
Item number 16, which appears to be a baggage claim tag.
Is that one of those double stick, fold over, barcoded?
Right.
All right, noted. All right, Deputy Magnera, I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter, how do you want to split the morning? I'm tempted to just go straight through. Okay. All right, let's have the jurors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Record to reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, yesterday I indicated to you that we had a delay because of some of the items, physical items of evidence were not immediately available to us. And the delay this morning was that those items were delivered to the court, and I wanted to examine each piece of that evidence before it was presented to you, so we've had to go through. How many were there? 15 or 16 pieces of evidence? Yeah. In any event, that's what we've been doing. We've been here since 8:30 this morning for that purpose, just to let you know what the delay was. All right. Good morning again, Ms. Mazzola.
Good morning.
You're reminded you were again under oath, and Mr. Goldberg, you may continue with your redirect examination.
Now, I was asking you yesterday about this white item, the blanket that you saw in the vicinity or on Mr. Goldman at some point. What was that blanket again?
It was just a white blanket or sheet. I wasn't sure which one.
And was that something that came from the coroner's office?
Objection, no.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know if that came from the coroner's office?
At the time, I did not.
All right, maybe we can see People's 99 right there.
No, you should cut the piece for this time.
Got it.
Okay, now, if you can look at the background of this photograph and take a look at the white blanket or white sheet that appears to have some writing on it. Is that what you saw?
I saw him on a white blanket or sheet.
Okay, and when you looked at this, did you look at this photograph prior to testifying today, the actual photograph as opposed to an image of it?
Yes.
And did you look at other crime scene photographs depicting the same scene or similar scene?
I had seen crime scene photographs previous, yes.
And what was the writing? What is the writing that appears on the right-hand side of this blanket that's somewhat blurry?
Yeah. On this image, it's hard to tell, but on the photographs, it appears to be from the LA coroner.
All right. And is this consistent with what you saw when you were referring to a white blanket?
Yes.
Now, thank you. Was there another white blanket that was at the crime scene that was still there after the bodies had been removed when you were engaged in the evidence collection process?
Yes, there was.
And where was that white blanket?
It was on the walkway near the first steps.
Now, from your own independent recollection, based upon what you saw when you were at the scene, did you ever see that blanket on anyone?
From what I can recall, I did not see that particular blanket on anybody.
Either the body of Nicole Simpson or Ronald Goldman?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay, does that mean that it wasn't ever on Nicole Simpson, or just that you did not see that?
I did not see that.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about your conversations with me, and you said that at one point you had been in the district attorney's office for perhaps 5 hours or so.
Correct.
Wasn't my case.
Oral.
Now, on the occasion or occasions when that happened, was that while you were waiting to testify?
Not, well, I believe on maybe one occasion it was while I was waiting.
And were people talking to you the whole time about this case, or what were you doing?
For the most part, I was left alone.
And did the defense attorneys ever attempt, to your knowledge, to contact you and say, we'd like to sit down with you and go over what we're going to question you about or talk about the case?
Objections.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Have the defense attorneys ever contacted you and asked you prior to today to discuss any part of the case with them?
No,
Okay, today did you have a little bit of a conversation with Mr. Neufeld about certain items of evidence?
yes,
And other than that, is that the only time that you had an off-the-record conversation that you can recall with one of the defense lawyers
that I can,
relating to the case?
that I can recall, I believe it was, yes.
Did you consider your conversation with Mr. Neufeld to be witness preparation?
Objections, which you
Oh, well,
No,
Was he asking you questions about, oh, well, can you just give us a generic or general description of what the conversation was about?
he was just asking about certain items of evidence, if I would unseal them,
He was asking what?
that if I would open them for him to see.
Or was he asking any questions about those items of evidence, or what you put on them, or what they were, and so on?
Not really.
Your Honor, I wanted to ask some questions about 15 and 16 pursuant to our conversation.
all right. I think our agreed upon parameter is physical description, dimension.
Without telling us what these
Hold on.
items,
Hold on. Mr. Neufeld,
Brief sidebar, I think it was obvious very quickly.
do you want to talk with Mr. Cochran first?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you, council. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, well, with regard to evidence collection items number 15 and 16, the parties, both sides, have withdrawn their objection to those items, so we will proceed with those items. All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Your Honor, then I'll mark as my next exhibit in order as People's 203,
203.
item number 15, and as 204, item number 16. I'm not going to write on these because they already have markings on them.
All right.
May I approach the list?
You may.
This is showing item number 15 and item number 16. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
And what are those?
they are the two items which were collected at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th.
And when was the packaging that they're now contained in, when were they placed in those packaging materials?
That happened June 14th back at the laboratory.
Can you remove the item from People's 203 for identification? That's number 15, and tell us what you're doing for the record.
I am opening the coin envelope and removing, appears to be airline tickets.
All right. Maybe you can just hold that up so the jurors can see what you have. Now, when you were actually at the location, did you put that in any packaging material other than the plastic bag itself?
No,
Now, can you remove item number 16 from its coin envelope and describe what you're doing for the record?
okay. I am removing item 16 from the envelope. It appears to be a baggage claim ticket from an airline.
And was that placed in any other packaging material on the 13th when you were at Rockingham, other than the plastic bag itself?
No.
Thank you. Can you just hold up item number 15 one more time after you put 16 away? Maybe I could just take a look at 163H for identification, the gray analyzed evidence envelope. Can you put that, just keep that out for a second.
You want the item itself kept out?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I'd like to give you 163H. Maybe you can just hold the two of those up so we can get a relative size comparison. And neither that item that you're holding now nor item number 16 were placed in any other packaging material other than the plastic bag while you were at the Rockingham location.
Correct.
Now, when you were carrying the plastic bag out of the location, did it feel to you like it weighed anything more than what you would expect with just item 15 and 16 and the little cards, collection cards?
It felt like it was a little heavier than it should be, but I didn't give it much thought.
Okay. Thank you. You can replace that item. Could you just hold up the envelope itself so that we can, the envelope, coin envelope. Is that the type of coin envelope or one of the kinds of coin envelopes that you do have in your crime scene boxes?
Yes,
And where were those coin envelopes at the time that you and Mr. Fung recovered item 15 and 16?
they were in the back of the truck,
Locked.
locked.
Thank you. Now, turning to the Bronco search and collection of evidence, you said that on the pedals that you used the same swab for the purposes of the phenolphthalein test.
Correct.
Why was that done?
Mr. Fung just wanted to see if the pedals had been manipulated, as if someone had driven the Bronco,
As opposed to what?
as opposed to just getting in the Bronco and then getting right back out.
So you wanted to see whether there was any evidence of any blood on any one of the three pedals.
Correct.
And when he directed you to do this test, did you have any fear or concern on your part that if you suggested to him that 3 different swabs should be used, that he was going to say to you, I can't believe that you would question my judgment, I think he should be fired,
No,
or anything along those lines?
no.
And when you were doing this phenolphthalein test, was it your intent to collect anything or try to collect anything from the pedals?
No, he said we were just,
Sustained.
You could just tell us what your intent was.
the intent was to see if the pedals had been manipulated. That was it.
And is it your practice not to collect every single last stain that you see in a car that contains many stains, such as the Bronco?
A representative sample of what is in the car would be taken.
And who was making the judgment call as to which samples to take and not to take from the Bronco?
That was Mr. Fung.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to People's 195A for identification. This photograph was a little bit washed out. Have you had an opportunity?
Overruled.
Have you had an opportunity to look at the actual photograph before?
Yes,
And was this a photograph that was taken on the 14th when you and Mr. Fung were doing the evidence collection at the Bronco?
yes, it was.
Now, do you have an independent recollection of seeing any of the stains that appear in the running board area of the driver's side door?
Not on the running board itself, no.
Let's take a look at 197 for identification. Now, with respect to the little stains that are contained in this photograph,
Objection, Your Honor, it's little stains.
Sustained.
Well,
Council objection, and then I'll ask for the grounds, both sides.
do you see some stains that are contained in this photograph?
I see cards where there would be stains.
No, I'm talking about the area of the running board, the driver's area.
Objection as to the characterization, since facts not evidence.
Rephrase the question.
Talking about the white metallic area that's in the forefront of this photograph.
There appears to be a dark spot on it.
Now, do you recall seeing that on the 14th?
No, I don't recall if I saw that or not.
And do you recall seeing any other spots in that area on the 14th?
No.
Now, when you say you don't recall, does that mean that they weren't there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
When you say you don't recall, does that mean that you looked in that area, examined it, and that they weren't there?
It means I don't recall if I saw stains there or not.
And prior to looking at the crime scene photographs, did you have any recollection as to the rear gate at Bundy being there?
No.
But does that mean that it wasn't there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Does that mean that you looked and you examined the area and that you saw that there was no rear gate at Bundy?
I did not remember seeing a rear gate at Bundy.
But do you now know that there was in fact one there?
I know now that there was a gate, yes.
And prior to seeing the videotape of yourself collecting the glove at the Bundy location,
I think
did you?
we've asked this question already.
Not in this context.
We asked the same question, though, yesterday afternoon in a similar context.
Well, you testified yesterday that you didn't have an independent recollection prior to seeing the videotape of collecting the glove at Bundy. Does that mean that you didn't collect it or you remember not collecting it?
Objection.
Counsel, we've already been through, you've already asked that question.
Okay. Now, who was doing most of the work in terms of trying to identify stains on the Bronco prior to the actual physical collection of the stains?
Mr. Fung,
What were you doing?
I was passing him the photo ID cards, doing the sketch, helping with measurements, passing him supplies as he needed them.
Okay. Now, Ms. Mazzola, with respect to the stains that are in this People's Exhibit 197 for identification, did you ever consider at all testifying that you did see them on the 14th?
Objection.
Ground. Overruled.
If I didn't remember seeing them, then that's how I would testify. I didn't remember seeing them.
Okay. And you never thought of saying, yeah, I do remember seeing them to help the prosecution's case, did you?
No.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the collection video, the blood collection video that was played. I think that's Defense 1117 for identification. And I'd just like to play it all the way through, and then I'll ask you some questions about what we saw. In this scene where you're pouring some items out into the cap, what are you doing?
I am putting some of these swatches into the cap so I could pick them up with the tweezers.
And now you are doing what?
Adding a drop of distilled water to the swatch and shaking it out.
And now you've placed the swatch down, and for what purpose is that?
To take a control.
And this is right by the card that says number 5.
Correct.
And you just put it into a object. What did you put the control swatch in?
It's placed in a small plastic bag.
And that had some writing on it.
Correct.
What was the writing?
The item number and C for control.
So that's all you have to put on there is the item number and C for control.
Objection, meeting.
Staying phrase.
Is that all you have to put on there? Just the item number and the C for control?
Yes.
Now, what did you just do?
Clean the tweezers again.
And now you are placing the swatch down on the stain.
Correct.
Now, when you were handling the swatch with the tweezers, what portion of the tweezers comes into contact with the swatch?
The extreme pointed end.
Are those tweezers, is there anything special about them that distinguishes them from ordinary tweezers?
Well, they're extremely sharper and they have a longer area where you would handle the items that you need to.
Are they serrated at all so as to be able to grab things? Or are they just smooth?
We have some that are serrated, some that are smooth.
But these particular ones that you use for this task are the smooth ones?
Those are smooth.
And now what are you doing?
Placing the swatch with the item in a separate plastic bag.
What does that plastic bag have on it?
The item number.
It doesn't have a C.
No.
And why is that? Why do you put a C on one and just the item number on the other? For what purpose?
All I do to designate the control. That's the only reason.
Couldn't you designate it even if you didn't write that on it?
For the most part, you can tell if a swatch has blood on it or not, but I just put a C.
Makes it easier.
Yes.
Do you write your initials anywhere on those plastic envelopes?
No.
Now, when you got up, you touched the ground. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Does that sometimes happen at a crime scene where you will touch the ground for whatever the reason to balance yourself?
Touch the ground or something to maintain your balance.
Does touching the ground have any impact in terms of the evidence collection?
Objection should qualify.
Overruled.
Not really, no.
Now, what are you filling out now?
No, it could be another envelope for the next item.
Judge, expect correction.
Oh,
When you looked at this videotape, does it look like you have more than one item in your hand? Yeah, okay. Right now.
Yes,
What items do you have in your hand?
a plastic bag and a coin envelope.
And what do you write on the plastic bag?
The item number,
What do you write on the coin envelope?
the item number,
And in this case, that would have been 6.
correct.
And what are you doing now?
Cleaning the tweezers again.
Now, between the time that you cleaned your tweezers and the time that you picked up this next swatch, did you ever touch the tip end of the tweezers that comes in contact with the swatch?
No,
Is that the way that you do it at a real crime scene too?
yes,
And now what are you collecting?
the next control.
And you just put the swatch, the control swatch where?
In a plastic bag.
And is that designated in some way, again, to separate it from the stained swatch?
It has the item number and a C on it.
Now you're writing on another plastic bag.
Correct.
You just wrote the item number and is that it?
For that one, it'd be just the item number.
And again, you dropped a swatch in this video. Did you try to recover that swatch or did you just leave it on the ground?
Just leave it on the ground.
Now you're having a little bit of difficulty getting this off the tweezers.
Correct.
But when you look closely, did you ever touch the swatch with your gloved hand?
No,
Or did you ever touch the area of the tweezers that comes into contact with the swatch?
no,
Is that consistent with your practice at a real crime scene?
yes,
Now this swatch seems to be soaking up a little easier than the other one, is that correct?
it appears to be yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to ask you a few more questions about the videotape. First of all, in this videotape, did your gloved hands ever come into contact with a swatch?
No,
And when I say that, I mean a swatch that was used for either a control or for collecting a stain.
no,
And towards the beginning portion of the videotape, do you recall a segment where your pinky was somewhat extended, almost as if you were holding a china cup?
I recall it was extended, yes.
Now, what were you doing with your pinky in that particular segment? You were also asked about it on cross-examination.
Just helping to turn over the lid of the cap.
And when you reviewed the video, did you review the videotape again after your testimony?
Yes,
Could you actually see the cap being flipped before it was put on, back on top of the pillbox?
yes,
And is that also your practice at a crime scene, that in terms of the swatches that you're going to use for controls or stains, that you do not touch them with your gloved hand?
they are not touched with our hands, no.
When you watch this videotape, was there ever a time when you touched with your gloved hands the portion of the tweezers that you would use to collect either a control or a swatch after they were cleaned, but before the swatch was collected?
No,
And is that also consistent with the practice that you use at a crime scene?
yes,
Now, on stain number 5, the demonstration stain, do you know from viewing this videotape for sure whether or not the moisture from the control swatch did eventually migrate over to the stain?
from the videotape, it looked like it was coming close, yes.
It could have.
Could have, yes.
Now, does that present a problem when you are collecting evidence?
Not really, no.
Why not?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, well, counsel gave you a hypothetical where he related to you a set of facts under which the swatch came into contact with your hand and then was placed as the substrate control down on the cement. And then the water migrated over to the stain itself. You recall a hypothetical along those lines?
Yes,
Under that hypothetical situation, is there any danger of contaminating the item being collected, the stain?
From a foundation, this witness.
Oh,
very little, if any.
And if these control swatch were in fact contaminated, could that be tested for by testing the control swatch?
Objection, beyond the scope of her expertise.
foundation, sustained.
Sorry.
Well, have you been taught what the control swatch is for?
We have been told what it could be used for, yes.
And when it gets back to the laboratory, what do the people in serology use those control swatches for?
Objection.
Rephrase the question.
Do you know what the people in serology use this for?
I know that they are used to see if anything in the background would interfere with the tests they were going to run. And they can also be tested for contamination, DNA, whatever.
Okay. And if the control swatch was in fact tested and it was determined that it did not contain biological material, would that indicate that you did not contaminate the control swatch and hence the stain?
Objection, that's all.
Oh,
Yes,
Now, with respect to swatches that are dropped, if you drop one of the swatches and you just leave it on the ground, can that somehow affect or contaminate the stain that you're collecting?
if it is just left on the ground,
Right.
no, because it wouldn't be used.
Is there any significance to that at all that you're aware of based upon your training and your experience?
No,
And when you were testifying on direct examination, do you recall being asked a couple questions about different things that could conceivably happen while you're collecting a stain?
I think so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to read from page 23, 700.
What volume is this? What volume, counsel?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
What volume is this?
This is volume 130. I'm going to start on line, well, actually, I'd like to start on page 23, 699, on line 27. Through line 6.
Mr. Neufeld? Do you have the page? Correct.
I would object to remeeting direct examination was beyond the scope of redirect examination.
No, it was, he got into this on cross.
It's a prior consistent statement. It's hearsay. There's no inconsistency.
No, but it's not
Let me see
being,
counsel at sidebar.
thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
On direct examination, were you trying to in any way conceal or minimize different problems that can happen when you're collecting a stain?
No,
And is one of the things that could conceivably happen dropping tweezers?
it can happen, yes.
Okay. And did you admit that on direct examination?
It's hearsay.
Right. Did you make any effort to conceal that during direct examination, that could be a problem?
Overruled.
No,
All right. And do you know for a fact whether or not you did drop any tweezers at the crime scene at Bundy or at Rockingham?
I do not believe I did.
But if that problem does occur, how do you handle it?
Clean the tweezers.
So this is a potential mistake that could occur while you're collecting evidence. Is that correct?
It's not really a mistake. It can happen.
Okay. But it couldn't have any impact on the evidence collection.
No.
Now, getting back to the control swatches, I wanted to show you the evidence collection board. I think it was 170. 177. Excuse me, it's 167.
Mr. Goldberg.
Cell, cell. I want to ask you questions about cell number 8 on this floor, Ms. Mazzola. You may have to step down in order to see this. On cell 8, do you see that there are the two little white items that are sort of in the area that's framed by your hands and your body?
Yes.
One of them seems to be closer to your right knee, and the other one appears to be a little closer to the edge of the coin envelope, but they're both on the cement.
Correct.
What are those white items?
They appear to be swatches.
And if someone had asked you to look at this photograph and said, what are those items and how did they get there? Would have you told them that they fell out while you were taking them out of the pool?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What would have you told them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, I'm finished with the board, I'll take. Let me ask you about another issue relating to the collection of biological evidence. To your recollection, has there ever been an instance where you had the tweezers in your hand with a bloody swatch and dropped the bloody swatch?
That hasn't happened to me, no.
And if that did happen, how would you handle that situation?
Well, if there was enough of the stain left, you just take another swatch.
Okay, but what if you wanted to save that swatch, the one that you dropped?
Then you could package it in a separate plastic bag, separate coin envelope, along with another control of the area where it fell, and make a note on there what happened.
And why would you take another control?
Well, to get a sample of the area where the swatch fell.
So what would you do, to give you another hypothetical, if you had a situation where for some reason you dropped a bloody swatch and instinctively you caught it in a gloved hand? How would you handle that situation?
Same way, except you just include the glove as the substrate.
So you could include the glove as a substrate control?
Yes.
So there are ways to deal with problems, even such as dropping a bloody swatch?
Yes.
No. Would you package, how would you package the glove if you saved that as your substrate control?
That would be packaged in a separate plastic bag, separate coin envelope, just to keep them separate.
Or could you conceivably take a control swatch from the area of the glove nearby where the stain fell?
You could, either way.
Now, with respect to your evidence collection of the blood stains at Bundy and Rockingham, are there any mistakes that you can think of that you could have made that could have caused the blood at that location to somehow change into the defendant's blood?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
Sustained.
Are there any mistakes that you can think of that you could have made that could have caused those stains to become contaminated in such a way that they had the same genetic markers as the defendant's blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Are you aware of any mistakes that you made or could have made to contaminate those stains?
No.
Now, once you get back to the laboratory with these stains on the evening of the 13th, did you play some role in the drying process of those stains?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the 14th, to your recollection, did you play any role in the packaging of the dried stains?
It's actually beyond the scope of cross-examination to date.
Overruled.
No.
I may have.
Okay. And was there something else that you were working on involving a case that was separate from this at or around that time?
Yeah, yes.
Did that involve any biological evidence?
No.
Now, when the items are packaged during the drying, after they're dry, into bindles, what information is placed on the bindles?
The item number and C for control on the bindle containing the control swatch.
So is that similar to the same type of information that was placed on the plastic bags at the scene?
Yes.
Do you have to distinguish necessarily between the control and the stain swatch?
It just makes it easier for the serologist.
And when you're participating in this process of packaging the dried stains, is it your practice to initial the coin envelopes?
Yes.
And is any other information placed on the coin envelopes?
The property number, which is usually different than the photo ID number, but not always.
Is any DR number placed on those?
Yes, the DR number for the case is placed on each envelope.
And based upon your training and your experience, is the coin envelope what is used in order to determine what case those stains came from and where they were found at the crime scene?
It contains the information necessary, yes.
I think that's all I have. Just check. You said that you generally initial the coin envelope?
At booking,
Yes.
it is initialed.
And do you have to initial the bindles necessarily?
No,
Overruled.
no, not necessarily the bindles.
But you do place generally the item number and then designate the difference between the control and the stain
Correct,
on the bindle.
correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
It's 2 minutes.
All right. 2 minutes or 10 minutes? Oh, I see, okay. Folks, we'll take about 10 minutes. All right, please remember all my admonitions to you. We're just going to recycle into recross. And just for your information, because of the lost time we had this morning, we're going to resume this afternoon at 1 o'clock rather than 1:30, so a little shorter lunch break today. All right, Ms. Mazzola, you can step down. 10 minutes.
So,
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, court's previous ruling stands. Side of the jury. Record reflect, we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you recollect yesterday, Mr. Neufeld concluded his cross-examination pending permission from the court to reopen when certain items of evidence were delivered to the court. Those items have been received by the court, and I'm going to allow Mr. Neufeld to continue and conclude his cross-examination, including questioning as to these items. All right, Mr. Neufeld?
Your Honor, I'll also be doing the recourse as well now, so it's all,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Ms. Mazzola, it's been brought to my attention that on occasion I may have mispronounced your name during the cross-examination because of my accent. And although I'm proud of my accent, and I'm sure you're proud of your accent, I meant no disrespect, and I hope you didn't take it that way.
No, I didn't take it that way.
Okay, fine. Then good morning and good morning. Ms. Mazzola, you said a little bit a while ago on redirect examination that Dennis Fung had directed you just to use a single swab on the gas pedal, the brake pedal, and the emergency brake when you got to the Bronco on the 14th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said he wanted you to use the same swab on all three because he just wanted to see whether or not they had been used at all, or blood had been in contact with them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, wouldn't it have been very important, Ms. Mazzola, if there was blood on only one pedal? Wouldn't that indicate that someone had climbed into the car as opposed to have driven the car?
Speculation.
Sustain.
You can,
Sustain.
oh, I'm sorry.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that to drive a car, one has to use both the brake and the gas pedal?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Yes.
And would you agree that if you only saw some indicia of blood on, let's say, the emergency brake, but not on the accelerator nor the brake, that would be evidence that someone had not driven the car who had blood on their shoe, but rather someone may have climbed into the car and not driven it?
Argumentative.
Well, it's still called is speculative, but the jury's smart enough to figure this out as they have all driven cars.
And by the way, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you didn't even see any red stains on any of those three items in the car, did you?
No, they were black. I did not see any red stains.
And Ms. Mazzola, you examined those items with that flashlight that you can see in the picture, didn't you?
Mr. Fung did, yes.
And Mr. Fung never said in your presence that he observed any stains on those three items, did he?
Sustain. It's hearsay.
Well,
Rephrase the question. Did Mr. Fung ever direct your attention to anything on the brake pedals?
No.
Proceed.
thank you. And in fact, neither you nor Mr. Fung that day collected any swatches from any of those three items, did you?
No, we did not.
And it's not because you were only looking for representative stains, because there were no other stains on any of those three items, were there?
I do not know if there were any stains present.
Well, you didn't see any stains, did you?
I personally did not, no.
And again, repeating his honest question to you, and I'm going to get it wrong. Perhaps you could repeat your own question. Okay. Did Mr. Fung direct your attention to any stains at all on either of those three items?
Overruled.
No.
Thank you.
I liked it the first time, too. No, don't ask it again.
Just kidding.
Now, when you did the demo, the demonstration videotape, ma'am, you wanted to perform on that tape as well as possible, right?
Yes.
And you were told, in fact, that there was a chance that this tape might be played for the jury. You were told that too, weren't you?
Overruled.
That there was a chance.
And when you did this this demonstration, I mean, relative to an actual crime scene, it was under ideal conditions, wasn't it?
Not ideal, no.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, there were no bodies present, were there?
No.
There were no 20 or 25 police officers present, were there?
No,
There weren't a phalanx of journalists with TV cameras across the street, were there?
no,
And there were no time constraints, were there?
no.
And nonetheless, Ms. Mazzola, problems still arose during the course of making that video, didn't it?
Vaguest of problems.
Overruled.
Problems such as the stains being a little difficult to remove, yes.
Other than the stain being difficult to remove, is it your opinion, ma'am, that no problems occurred or are visualized in that entire demonstration video?
Vaguest of problems.
Overruled.
I don't understand what you mean by problems.
Well, without telling us what was said, Ms. Mazzola, or any problems with what happened on that videotape called to your attention while you were there shooting it?
It's irrelevant, false hearsay.
Directly called to your attention.
Not that I can recall.
So as you sit here today, having seen this videotape now, both yesterday, or I'm sorry, the day before, and again today, it's your opinion that there were no mistakes made by you?
Still vaguest of mistakes.
Overruled.
None that I could really see, no.
Thank you. Yesterday, Ms. Mazzola, you said that you were not familiar with Mr. Simpson's name when you arrived at the scene on the 13th. Is that right?
That's correct.
But would it be fair to say that by the time you left Rockingham, late in the afternoon on the 13th, that it certainly came to your attention that he was a famous person?
I found out who he was, yes.
Well, not just who he was, but you found out that because of who he was, that this case was going to receive a great deal of attention.
I could tell that from the cameras already gathered at his house.
And even though you may not have thought about everything that happened on the 13th, the night of the 13th, certainly within the next couple of days, you were able to glean just from the vast media attention that this was going to be a case which was very high profile.
Yes, it was going to be high profile.
And in fact, ma'am, in the next few weeks, there was actually a hearing held in connection with that case, wasn't there?
Are we talking about in August?
No, was there a preliminary hearing held in late June that was televised?
Could have been.
And would you agree, ma'am, that throughout the month of June, the month of July, and the month of August, up until the time you testified on August 23rd, there was a tremendous amount of media attention to this case?
I guess it was on TV, yes.
And you realized during those 2.5 months, Ms. Mazzola, that you played a very significant role in this case, didn't you?
Overruled. But we've sort of plowed this ground already.
2 more questions on this, Sean.
Please.
As I had said before, I didn't give it much thought about what was going on in the media.
Ms. Mazzola, you realized from the day you collected evidence in this case that there was going to come a time where you were going to have to testify about what you did, right?
Yes,
And with all that media attention that you were conscious of between June 13th and August 23rd, didn't you at any point during those 2 months, with this being in the newspapers, on television, and on the radio, at all review in your own mind what it is that you actually did on the 13th?
no,
You never reviewed it at all?
no.
Okay. Now, you also said that what helped you to remember better what actually happened on the 13th and 14th was when you look at photographs. Is that right?
Yes,
And I believe you said that, for instance, looking at the photograph of item number 47 refreshed your recollection about what happened. Is that correct? That was one of the examples used by Mr. Goldberg. Isn't that right?
I believe it was 47. I'm not
Well,
certain.
let me just show you photograph of item 47.
All right, and Mr. Douglas, this is People's Exhibit, which,
Your Honor, this is number 165.
thank you. Why don't you take the long pointer with you?
Now, Ms. Mazzola, I'm pointing to item 47, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photograph of item 47? Is that the photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
Students' facts, not in evidence. There's only one photograph.
Overruled.
I looked at several photographs of the scene.
Well, you said that you looked at a photograph of item 47. Did you not?
Yes,
Was this the photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
I do not believe this was the exact only photograph of item 47 that I looked
All
at.
right? What other photographs of item 47 did you look at to refresh your recollection?
Overall, these are the scene. That's what helped most.
Well, ma'am, yesterday you said that specifically you recall looking at a photograph of item 47 and that refreshing your recollection about what transpired on June 13th. I'm simply asking you whether or not this is the photograph you looked at of item 47, or was there another photograph of item 47 that you looked at?
That's the answer.
Sustain.
Now your testimony that it wasn't a photograph of item 47 which refreshed your recollection, but instead other photographs of the scene.
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Sustain.
You may sit down. You would agree, Ms. Mazzola, that that photograph of item 47 is nothing more than a red stain on a piece of concrete or the ground cover, isn't that right?
Sustains.
Have you looked at any photograph at all, Ms. Mazzola, which shows anyone collecting item 47?
No,
Have you looked at any photograph which shows anyone kneeling down next to item 47?
no,
But it's your testimony that looking at photographs of item 47 refreshed your recollection about what happened, is that right?
yes,
And since photographs refresh your recollection, did you also look at photographs of the other items that were collected in this case at Bundy?
That's evidence phrase.
Overruled.
I looked at several photographs, yes.
Did you look at photograph which reflected the location of item 50?
Which item is 50?
Item 50 would be photo identification 115. One of the blood drops taken from Bundy.
I looked at several photographs of the scene.
And were they photographs that depicted the location of the different blood drop stains at Bundy?
It showed their overall view, yes.
All right. Next in order, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Robertson. 1121. All right, appears to be a photograph of the rear stairway at
You're right.
Bundy.
Do you recognize the card that's sitting at the top of the stairs in front of the gate?
It appears to be one of ours.
And can you recognize what number it is on it?
115.
Okay. And 115 corresponds with item number 50, correct?
I'll take your word for it, yes.
Well, no, please check your notes.
Yes,
Yeah?
yes.
And you were present when these photographs were taken, correct?
I was at Bundy, yes.
Well, didn't you testify on direct examination and on redirect examination that you and Dennis Fung together participated in setting up the photographing of the various items at Bundy?
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Wasn't one of your responsibilities at Bundy to participate in the documenting of items of evidence?
Yes,
And part of the documenting of evidence entails the photographing of items, does it not?
yes,
And one of the things that you've been taught at the SID Mini Academy was to get various angles or various distances of the different items, correct?
the forensic photographers know that,
To
yes.
shoot it close up and to shoot it further away.
Correct.
And did you, with Dennis Fung, put down the various numbers along the way so the items could be photographed?
I helped put down some of them, yes.
Do you have an independent recollection as you sit here today as to which numbers you put down and which numbers he put down?
The ones I participated in were up near the front of the house in the area that the crime occurred.
Okay. But where 115 is in this picture, Ms. Mazzola, is actually where item 50 bloodstain is, isn't that correct?
Correct?
And you personally knelt down and collected that stain, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Mazzola, when you collected that stain, you were just a few feet in front of that rear gate, weren't you?
Would you back up so the gate?
Weren't you?
It appears that 115 is near the gate, yes.
And you have to pass through that gate to get to 117, which became item 52, don't you?
Yes.
Well, if seeing photographs refresh your recollection, Ms. Mazzola, when you were shown this photograph, when you looked at the different photographs of the scene of Bundy before taking the witness stand, did that refresh your recollection that there was in fact a rear gate located there?
The photographs show that, yes, there was a rear gate.
Well, did seeing that photograph refresh your recollection even before you took the witness stand in this case that there was a rear gate at that location?
That morning, I did not recall seeing a back gate.
Ms. Mazzola, when you say that morning, you mean the morning of June 13th?
Correct.
When you say you didn't recall seeing a gate on June 13th, are you saying that at a certain point in time, when I thought back to June 13th, I don't recall seeing a gate? Is that what you mean by that statement?
This is testimony as to gate, it's a rear gate.
Oh.
That morning, I did not remember seeing a back gate. After seeing photographs, apparently there is a back gate.
Right. Ms. Mazzola, when was the first time that somebody asked you about a back gate?
I don't remember the exact date,
The month,
not even the month.
the season.
I can't even remember.
Well, was it several months after you were out there in June? More or less.
It was after we had been out there in June.
Well, when you say after, was it the next day?
No.
Okay, so it was many weeks later?
I think we've given the jury a picture of what the state of the recollection is.
Huh. And when you say you didn't recall seeing a back gate there, do you mean that at that first time, sometime after June 13th, when someone asked you about a back gate, in that conversation, you didn't recall a back gate? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
Yes, I did not remember seeing a back gate.
Okay. And then, subsequent to that first conversation you had with someone when they asked you about a back gate and you said, no, I don't recall one, were you then shown photographs prior to taking the witness stand at this trial where you actually saw the back gate?
I saw photographs, yes.
And did those photographs include a photograph of this back gate, Ms. Mazzola?
Yes.
And so before you took the witness stand in this case, Ms. Mazzola, did seeing that photograph of the back gate refresh your recollection that there was a back gate there on June 13th?
I still say on June 13th, I did not remember seeing a back gate.
Ms. Mazzola, you've testified before this jury that there were some things you don't remember, but when you finally see photographs of them, you then begin to have your recollection refreshed. Is that correct?
On some things, yes.
Is there any other item, by the way, Ms. Mazzola, where you've seen a photograph of it since, where nonetheless it's your recollection that an object didn't exist the way you saw it on June 13th?
Check under 352.
Well, the question's vague.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, you've testified, I believe yesterday, that you first realized that the blood vial had been carried in the black trash bag in the morning of June 14th when you arrived at the evidence processing unit. Is that correct?
I had seen it in the did not personally remove those items from the trash bag, no.
You did not remove any of the items?
Personally, no.
Were they removed in your presence?
The blood sample was, yes.
Well, who removed items 15 and 16 from the trash bag?
Those were removed later. I'm not sure if it was myself or Mr. Fong did it later.
When you say later, you mean in the afternoon after you came back from the Bronco?
I'm not sure. It was sometime on the 14th, but I'm not sure when.
But you do recall in the morning when you first got there that Mr. Fung removed, I'm sorry, did you say you removed the blood vial in the gray envelope, or that Mr. Fung did?
Mr. Fong.
In your presence?
Yes, I was there.
Now, you've also said that you've watched portions of this trial either on TV or listened to it on the radio. Is that correct?
Bits and pieces, yes.
And are you aware, Ms. Mazzola, that 2 weeks ago on April 12th, Dennis Fung testified that he carried the blood sample to the crime scene truck either in a paper bag, the posse box, or by itself?
This is relevant. Call for hearsay.
Sustain.
Ms. Mazzola, 1 second. Your Honor, may I please have a sidebar on this particular question, on this line?
Ms. Mazzola, are you aware of Mr. Fung's testimony regarding the collection of the blood vial envelope?
No, I don't believe I watched it or listened to it.
All right, has anybody discussed that with you?
I don't believe so, no.
Proceed.
Well, at any point prior to Mr. Fung's testimony on April 12th, did you tell anyone in the district attorney's office that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag?
Call for hearsay.
Overruled.
No, I don't believe so.
Now, you testified on redirect examinations yesterday that you had an independent recollection of carrying a trash bag out of Rockingham even before seeing the videotape. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also testified that you figured out on the morning of June 14th that you had carried the vial of blood out of Rockingham in that trash bag. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that you came to realize on the morning of June 14th that you took items 15 and 16 out of the trash bag. I'm sorry, withdrawn. And you also said yesterday that when you were shown the gray envelope, you were able to see the time on it as well, time of collection. Is that right?
There was a time on it, yes.
Well, what you saw on the 14th was a statement in Dennis Fung's handwriting that said received with a date and a time of 5:20 in the afternoon or 17:20 hours.
I'm not sure what all it said.
At this point in time, you're not sure.
Yes, at this point in time.
Might refresh your recollection as to what time you observed if you actually saw a photograph of that envelope.
At what time I observed on the envelope itself, or
No, of the time that was written on the envelope that you observed on the 14th, if I showed you now a photograph of the gray envelope.
Do you understand the question?
not really,
Would a photograph of the gray envelope,
right?
which reflects Mr. Fung's notations as to when it was collected, would that refresh your recollection as to what you saw there?
I remember seeing the gray envelope in the writing.
I'm sorry, you said?
I remember seeing the gray envelope and writing.
Next to no. Could we have 184A, patient?
Mr. Robertson, do you have that handy?
Let me just show you, Ms. Mazzola, what is Prosecution's Exhibit 184. Yes, you take a look at that, whether it refreshes your recollection as to the writing that you claim to have seen on the morning of June 14th when the gray envelope was removed from the garbage bag.
Just the word claim, this argument, it is
Sustain. Phrase the question.
Has seeing that photograph refresh your recollection as to what it is you say you saw on the morning of the 14th?
It looks like what I saw. I just saw the writing.
Okay. And the writing you saw said that it was received by Mr. Fung, right?
Oh, received from Detective Van Adder.
And that's in Dennis Fung's handwriting?
It looks like his signature. I'm not very familiar with his handwriting.
Looks like a signature, though.
Yes,
And there's a time on it, right?
yes.
17:20 hours?
Looks like 1720.
And it's a date?
Yes,
The date is June 13th, 1994, correct?
correct.
Thank you. And you're absolutely sure, you sit here today, Ms. Mazzola, that you came to this realization about having carried the blood vial on the morning of June 14th, long before you viewed the videotape.
Yes.
When was the first time that you told anyone at all about realizing that you had carried the blood sample out of Rockingham and back to the laboratory in a trash bag?
That's the answer to what I'm saying.
Hold on.
I don't remember when. It was not a big deal, so I don't remember.
Well, was it in the last 3 months?
I don't remember.
Was it in the fall?
I don't remember.
Was it during one of the prep sessions with the district attorney?
I don't remember when.
All right, I think we've covered
Okay.
it.
Remember when it was the first time you, I asked you before about the first time you told anyone. Do you remember the first time you told a prosecutor? Same answer?
Same answer.
Well, 2 weeks ago, ma'am, on or around April 12th, did any prosecutor ask you about your recollection as to who carried the blood sample out of Rockingham and as to how it was carried?
That might have been asked.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whether any prosecutor asked you on or about April 12th, whether you had a recollection as to how the blood vial was carried out of Rockingham, and if so, by whom?
I had talked to them on and off. I don't recall exactly what we all talked about.
And you don't recall whether or not this was even talked about at all, do you?
It could have been. I don't
But
remember.
as you sit here today, you
Wait.
have no independent record.
Wait.
Sorry.
Let her finish the answer. Don't cut her off, please.
Sorry, Mr.
No. Be my guess.
As you sit here today, you have no independent recollection of having said that to any of the prosecutors on or about April 12th of 1995.
Oh,
I'm not sure of the date. We may have talked about it. I'm not positive.
1 second. You said that you don't remember the first time you told the prosecutors that you had carried out the blood vial in that black trash bag. But whenever that time was, Ms. Mazzola, did the prosecutors seem surprised or elated by that remark by you?
No.
Now, on November 22nd, at a restaurant, you had a meeting where your boss, Michelle Kessler, was present, correct?
She was present at a meeting at a restaurant, yes.
And there were 2 investigators from the district attorney's office present at that meeting as well.
Yes.
And during the course of that discussion, the subject of Detective Van Adder giving the vial of Mr. Simpson's blood arose, didn't it?
sustained. We've already gone through this.
But went into a redirected bus, so to speak.
We've already gone through this, Council.
I have a sidebar, Your Honor. There's a new issue related to this that came up, I believe.
Nope. Proceed.
Well, if you
can make-
recall on
you can make-
redirect,
Excuse me, you can make your record at the noon break.
if you recall, Ms. Mazzola, Mr. Goldberg on redirect asking you a question about handling the evidence versus carrying it.
Yes.
And didn't you tell the detectives on November 22nd that you never handled the blood vial?
I'm not exactly sure remembering what I told them. It's been a while.
Well, did Michelle Kessler at any point during that interview ask you to clarify the difference between handling the blood vial and carrying the blood vial?
I don't remember if she did or not.
Do you recall Ms. Kessler actually specifically asking you, not the detectives now, quote, did you ever handle OJ's vial of blood, unquote?
She might have. I don't remember.
And if she had asked you that, Ms. Mazzola, given the distinction that you gave to this jury between handle and carry, would your answer to that question be no, or would it be yes?
Also speculation.
Sustain.
Mr. Mazzola, you said that you learned that that meeting had been tape recorded. Is that right?
Yes?
Yes. Take a look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection as to what you said.
Your Honor, we need to approach before he
No, we
does
don't.
this.
It's for purposes of refreshing her recollection.
This is something that they did not provide to us in discovery.
Your Honor, this
Hold
is
on.
now a speaking objection.
Both of you are doing it, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon, for the morning session, actually, right now. Get you started on your shortened lunch hour. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourself, form any opinions about the case. Don't discuss the matter with anybody else. Conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. See you back here at 1 o'clock. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. You're ordered to return at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
The defense's discovery. There's no duty on the defense to give it back to the prosecution. It's a prior statement by this witness.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Well, my objection, Your Honor, is that they created a transcript, which could qualify as work product and normally would, unless they're going to use it, which he now intends to do. I don't have that transcript. This tape is extremely difficult to hear because the audio is poor and there's a lot of background noise. And if they're going to use this to refresh your recollection, then I'm entitled to it. If he doesn't want to use it, fine. Maybe counsel doesn't know, but in this county, there is basically an informal practice by most attorneys that although technically transcribing a tape is work product and not something that we have to turn over, that we do turn over transcripts. He may not know that because he does not practice here, but at any rate, once he wants to use it, at that point, we're entitled to a copy. We're entitled to sit down and determine whether it's correct.
I actually would be more than happy to listen to the tape to refresh your recollection. I was actually just trying to save time.
All right. Do you have any objection to providing Mr. Goldberg with a copy of the pages you intend on using out of this transcript?
Not at all.
All right. Then would it help if you had talked about this over the lunch hour?
Well,
I actually suggest, excuse me, no, you didn't ask me for the transcript. What I suggested to Mr.
All right.
Goldberg.
Well, counsel, if you're willing to share it, then there's no issue, is there?
Right.
Sure. Take a look.
Which part do you want to read?
You know, it'd be thrilling if you guys talked about this stuff over the lunch hour rather than taking the jury time to do this.
Basically, what counsel has pointed out to me is identical to what the witnesses already testified to. So,
I'm sorry.
and the court already gave very limited rulings on this, so I don't know why we're going over this all over again.
Goldberg's misstating the record. she said she didn't remember saying these statements to them, and I now wanted to show her the actual statements to see if it refreshes her recollection.
All right, and that's the purpose for which it'll be allowed. All right,
At
let's
this
have the
point, yeah,
jurors.
I may have to at some point call a detective, but not, I can't put it into this witness. I accept that.
All right, thank you. Let's have the jurors. Let the record reflect, we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Ms. Andrea Mazzola is again on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Newfield. Mr. Newfield. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mazzola, good afternoon. You're reminded you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hi. All right. Ms. Mazzola, right before lunch, I asked you a series of questions about what you said and was said to you at a meeting held on November 22nd, 1994, at which investigators from the district attorney's office and your boss, Michelle Kessler, were present. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you recall having that meeting with those people?
I remember meeting with those people, yes.
And at that meeting, there was a discussion about your involvement in this case. It's one of the things that was discussed.
Well, we've been over this. We've been over this.
All right, Ms. Mazzola, I'd like you to simply look at this item, see if it refreshes your recollection of certain things that you said. I'd like you to begin reading this portion of the transcript here. All the way
You may.
to here. Okay. Now, during that meeting on December 14th, you didn't tell the detectives, did you, that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had unknowingly carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag, did you?
December 14th?
No, June 14th, sorry. At a November 22nd
Hold on.
meeting,
Restate the question. Restate the question.
isn't it a fact that during the November 22nd meeting with the investigators from the DA's office and Ms. Kessler, that you didn't tell them that you realized on the morning of June 14th that you had unknowingly carried the blood sample out of Rockingham in a trash bag?
Sustain.
Well, didn't you tell the detectives that you could only assume that Van Adder had come up and given the vial to Dennis Fung because you weren't there then?
It's irrelevant.
At that meeting on November 22nd, in response to a specific question from Michelle Kessler, quote, "Did you ever handle OJ's vial of blood?" unquote, didn't you answer her no?
I object to that stance.
Overruled.
I honestly cannot remember what I said at that meeting.
Having shown you this portion transcript, does it refresh your recollection?
It doesn't, I'm sorry.
In the discussion you had on November 22nd with the detectives and Ms. Kessler, were you deliberately trying to distance yourself from the whole subject of what happened to Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
No,
Fact, when telling the detectives the extent to which you were involved with the evidence since the morning of June 13th, did you not tell the detectives during that meeting that, quote, "It wasn't my job to analyze any part of it. I didn't want to know anything about it," unquote? Did you say that to the detectives?
Sustain. Also assumes facts not in evidence. Also mistakes the evidence.
Did you say to the detectives at the June 22nd meeting,
Sustained.
putting aside the quotation marks, didn't you inform the detectives
Sustained.
to this entire line, Your Honor?
No, you're asking the wrong question here, counsel.
Did you ever say to the detectives during that meeting,
Sustained. Are there any detectives at this meeting, counsel?
I'm sorry, investigators from the district attorney's office?
Big difference.
And I appreciate that difference then. Okay. The meeting on November 22nd, did you say to Michelle Kessler and to District Attorney, investigators, senior investigators, Michael Stevens and Dana Thompson, quote, "It wasn't my job to analyze any part of it. I didn't want to know anything about it"?
Hearsay, evidence.
Overruled.
I might have.
Having shown you this portion of the transcript, does it refresh your recollection as to whether you in fact did? Would you like to see that portion again?
I see it on the paper, but I
Hold on. So he gets to answer the question, counsel.
still actually do not remember saying that.
All right, let's proceed.
I make no respect for this as
Overruled.
I saw it on paper.
Overruled.
Now, you testified on redirect examination that the most time-consuming portion of the process of evidence collection is to properly document and photograph the items being collected, as opposed to the actual physical collection. Is that correct?
Yes,
And two of the items that you collected late in the day were items 15 and 16. Do you have those?
203 and 204.
I ask you to please reopen prosecution's exhibit, they have a number on it. I'm sorry, number is,
203 and 204, 203 being item 15, 204 being item 16. All right, the witness has cut through the sealing tape on the envelope.
and could you please examine what you've listed as item 15, please? And it's an airline ticket, correct?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, and just so there's no surprise about it, it's a used airline ticket, is it not?
Irrelevant.
Oh.
Yes.
And it has a date on it, doesn't it?
Let's see.
Does it have a date of June 10th on it?
A return flight, yes.
And it's not, has nothing to do with New York and with Chicago to Los Angeles, does it?
What's best evidence?
Overruled. Is there any dispute as to what the airline ticket says?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay.
Don't forget, we have an airline expert witness on the jury.
Okay. And by the way, item 16, is item 16 a luggage ticket for the same flight?
I'd have to check and make sure it was the same flight.
Although you have a layperson reading airline documents.
I know. All right.
Yeah, it appears to be for the 10th.
Now, before items 15 and 16 could be collected by you and Dennis Fung on the afternoon of the 13th, they had to be documented, didn't they? Just like other items.
Yes?
And part of that documentation process entails photographing them, correct?
Yes?
And so these items were photographed in their original state before they were picked up by you, correct?
I don't recall if they were or not.
Well, if they had been photographed, Ms. Mazzola, the first thing you would do is you'd bring over the photographer, correct? The forensic photographer.
Correct?
And the next thing you would do is you would document the location of the item someplace in writing?
It's vague and it's misstated testimony as to would do.
Overruled.
Yes?
And you would document with,
This is an improper hypothetical.
Overruled. Proceed.
and you would document the location in writing where the objects are, correct?
Correct?
And you would make that documentation in your field notes, correct?
Correct?
And then you would take out a photo ID card and you would set it near the object, correct?
Correct?
And you would instruct the forensic photographer to photograph it, correct?
It's still when he's talking about these items or a hypothetical.
Overruled. We're talking about these two items, correct?
Yes.
Proceed.
Yes?
And you would do that first. You said item 15 was the first one collected?
Item 16.
Item 16 was the first item collected. And if these two items were both photographed, they would both be photographed prior to the collection. Is that correct?
Yes?
And all those different steps would occur prior to the actual collection, right?
Yes?
And would it be fair to say that if that happened here, that process takes anywhere from what, 5 to 10 minutes? Is that a fair estimate?
In this case, probably less.
Okay, approximately how long, ma'am? That's just as best you can approximate. To do the documentation, to get the photographer, to get the card set up, to photograph them?
Probably just a few minutes.
Few minutes. And then you collect them, correct?
Correct.
Then after you collect them, you said that both items were handed to you.
Yes.
And after they were both handed to you, you said you walked into the kitchen, is that right?
I believe I was around the kitchen area.
And is the kitchen area next to the foyer?
Yes.
So you could have been either in the foyer or the kitchen, you're not sure?
I'm not sure which one.
And you remained there for a few more minutes, waiting for a garbage bag to be produced, is that correct?
I'm not sure how many minutes it was.
Well, approximately how long was it that you waited in that foyer kitchen area before you got a garbage bag?
It wasn't too long.
Approximately how long? Approximately how many minutes, ma'am?
I wouldn't hazard a guess.
Well, just give us your best estimate.
Maybe 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so you waited there approximately 5 minutes, you received a trash bag, and you said that you then put items 15 and 16 in this black trash bag, is that right?
Correct.
And do you have a recollection at that same time of putting the different photo ID numbers in the trash bag?
I don't think I put those in personally.
Did you see them put in the bag?
I don't recall.
So the photo ID numbers are something that Dennis Fung could have put into the bag after you left the bag on the foyer floor?
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Well, when you, one moment. You say, however, that as you sit here today, you don't have a present recollection of ever photographing items 15 and 16?
No, because the detectives were not interested in them as evidence. They just wanted them collected.
Court's permission, I'd like to put exhibit number 1107 up on the Elmo.
All right, defense 1107.
Ms. Mazzola, do you recognize this document as the evidence collection list for Rockingham that day, June
Yes.
13th?
Yes.
And this was the list that was filled out by you, correct?
By myself and Mr. Fung, yes.
And do you notice in the first column, it has you're supposed to put in the sample number, correct?
Correct?
And the sample number could be different than the item number, could it not?
Yes.
And so at that point, what you were using as a sample number were ID photo numbers, isn't that right?
Correct?
And the next column says I period D period photo, right?
Correct?
And that column is there so you can indicate whether or not a photograph was taken of the object before it was collected, isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to look down items 15 and 16 at the bottom of the page. Those are the last two entries you made on that page. Do you see where it says 15 and 16, the bottom?
Yes.
And do you see the column where it says photo ID?
Yes.
And you checked off that a photo ID had been made for items 15 and items 16, correct?
Yes.
And now that you've seen those check marks for photo IDs for 15 and 16, does that refresh your recollection that in fact photographs were taken at the scene of those two items?
I have not seen any photographs of those two items.
Didn't ask you whether you've seen any photographs of those two items. I asked you whether, by looking at your own field note, and the fact that you personally had checked off photo ID next to items 15 and 16, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not photographs were taken of items 15 and 16 while you were at the Rockingham residence?
According to the notes, photos were taken. Independent recollection, I can't say.
Well, in fact, those are your check marks. You wrote those check marks in, didn't you, ma'am?
Yes?
Would you have written check marks in the box that says that a photo was taken if a photo hadn't been taken?
If I had assumed that one had been taken, they would be checked, yes.
I mean, you would make an entry in this report about something which you did not factually know to be correct just because you would assume that it must have happened?
It's argumentative. Rephrase the question.
A moment. Next in order would be
1122.
and there's actually two of them.
All right, 1122 and 1123. (1122) number one, the perspective shot. Number 1123 will be the close-up shot.
Zola, do you recognize what's in that photograph? Oops. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
It's a little hard to see exactly what it is.
Well, seeing that photograph of that bench, do you have any idea what's sitting on that bench?
I know that item 16 was recovered from a bench,
But you can't tell from that picture.
not from,
Can you see a card that says 16 on it?
I see a card, but the picture's a little,
Now I'm going to be showing the witness 1123, Your Honor. Now this is a close-up, is it not, of the same shot?
appears to be yes.
And you now know what the item is?
Yes, it is item 16.
And that's a card next to it that says item 16, correct?
Correct.
Now, having seen the photograph with the card in it of item 16 and the luggage ticket, which is item 16, does this now refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had forensic photographs taken of the items 15 and 16 that day?
I personally do not remember standing there watching the photograph being taken.
You collected item 16,
I
didn't
collected
you?
item 16, yes.
Wait. We're both doing this again. Let him finish answering the question. And Mr. Newfield, 3 times already this afternoon, you've cut her off again.
I know you had mentioned that one of the best ways for you to refresh your recollection is by looking at photographs. Is that right?
In some instances, yes.
I know you said that with respect to the gate, seeing the photograph of the gate did not refresh your recollection that the gate was there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, how about this photograph with item 16 in it, seeing the luggage ticket, which became item 16? Seeing that photograph now, does that refresh your recollection about whether this item was photographed by a forensic photographer on the afternoon of June 13th, 1994?
Seeing this photograph, it would have to have been photographed by a forensic photographer.
But it doesn't refresh your recollection as to whether or not you actually saw it being photographed?
No.
You can print that also, yes. And, Mr. Mazzola, you said that items 15 and 16 were put into the trash bag, is that right?
Yes.
And the next day, in the afternoon, they were removed from the trash bag
Yes.
by Mr. Fung or by you?
I can't remember which one of us physically removed them from the trash bag.
You remember seeing them being removed? Do you have independent recollection as you sit here today?
I remember seeing them in the trash bag at the lab. I don't remember seeing them removed.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, showing you the actual envelopes that item 15 and 16 are in. Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that those envelopes, that you had those envelopes in your presence at the time that items 15 and 16 were photographed and collected?
No.
Is it possible, Ms. Mazzola, just like you don't remember items 15 and 16 being photographed, that you don't remember these envelopes actually being present with you when the items were collected?
Argument with the same.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, you don't know whether it was you or Dennis Fung who removed these two items from the trash bag on the 14th, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that on item 15, Dennis Fung wrote his initials on it?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that on item 16, you wrote your initials on it?
Yes.
And isn't it the reason that your initials are on 16 is because you collected 16?
That I packaged 16.
Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that the reason your initials appear on 16 is, as you testified earlier, you personally collected it, you physically picked it up?
Abstinence.
Sustain.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that the reason that Dennis Fung's initials appear on item 15 is because he collected item 15 at the Rockingham house?
He collected 15, but he also packaged 15 if his initials are on it.
So it's your testimony that it just so happens that your initials are on 16 and his initials are on 15, not because you each collected those respective items, but because you happened to package one at the laboratory and he happened to package the other?
That's correct.
And Ms. Mazzola, isn't it a fact that in your lab box, you not only carry coin envelopes, basically the size shown here for 15 and 16, but you also carry other manila envelopes, such as the one I have in my left hand?
In the kits?
In the kits.
Yes.
The one you're holding in your left hand, what's the size of that? It should be written on the bottom of the bag. Turn it over. Down at the bottom. What's it say?
What does it say on the ceiling?
Does it have a size designation?
Oh, no, I don't see one.
All right. Give me an estimate for the record. Give me an estimate for the record.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, what would be your estimate of the size of this envelope? I'm holding it in my right hand.
I don't know, maybe 7 by 11, 8 by 11, something like that.
Might it be a bit smaller, perhaps?
It's possible.
Could be 6 or 7 by 9 or so?
It's possible.
Okay. And you said that after you had been standing in the kitchen for 5 or so minutes with Dennis Fung, that you then took the bag with items 15 and 16 in it, and you walked into the foyer, is that right?
I received the bag after 5 minutes or so.
And after you received the bag, after 5 minutes or so, did you continue to stand in the kitchen foyer area with Dennis Funk for some period of time before putting the bag down?
I was in that area for a short period of time, yes.
And approximately how long were you in that area after you received the plastic bag?
I'm not sure exactly how long.
I'm not asking you to be sure, ma'am. Just give me your best approximation.
I couldn't even approximate. I wasn't looking at my watch.
Well, is it closer to 2 or 3 minutes or closer to 10 minutes? How long approximately?
It was more than 2 or 3 minutes, but other than that, I'm not sure.
So would it be fair to say that, now that you know, by the way, that 15 and 16, or at least 16 were photographed, that had these items been photographed, which I think you said takes a few minutes to set up and actually document, is that a fair statement?
Oh,
A few minutes, yes, not many.
And then you said that you were in the kitchen for approximately 5 minutes waiting for with Dennis Fung until you got the bag, is that right?
Approximately.
And then you said it was another few minutes, more than 2, but you said less than 10, that you continued to talk to Dennis Fung or stand near Dennis Fung before going to the living room, correct?
I don't believe I said it was less than 10. I said it was more than 2 or 3.
Fine. Well, was it close to 5 perhaps?
I do not know.
Somewhere between 2 and 3 and 5, would that be a fair estimate?
I don't know.
But more than 2 or 3?
More than 2 or 3.
Okay, so just those 3 times alone, we're talking about a period of about perhaps 10 minutes or so before you went into the living room. Is that your testimony?
Could be a little more than that.
Okay, perhaps as much as 12 minutes or so?
I
sustain.
Now, it's your testimony on direct examination that there came a time when you walked into the living room after leaving the bag, trash bag on the foyer, and you sat down on the couch, and then you have an independent recollection that you closed your eyes. Is that correct?
yes.
I want you to take a look carefully, Ms. Mazzola, at the at this videotape that we received in evidence, which is time-coded. One moment.
And Mr. Harris, which exhibit is this?
Each 180.
It's 1712. Go fast forward. Well, just fast forward to 1712. When they're about to go back in. Showing them going in. Okay, can you just back up a second? Now, a little bit more for the fan. Stop. Well, now, according to the tape, it's approximately 1712 when you begin to walk back into the Rockingham house, having made that first trip out to the van. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And according to this tape, do you recognize that gentleman in the picture?
In the
Not the
suit?
one in the blue uniform, the one in the gray suit?
Yes.
And who is that?
Detective Van Adder.
All right. And according to the tape, he's arriving at approximately 1717, is that right?
Yes.
about 5 minutes after you finished packing up the van and began heading back to the house?
Approximately.
Go. Stop. Stop there. Now, you recognize the gentleman on the left as Dennis Fung,
Yes,
and Dennis Fung seems to be holding some objects, correct?
correct.
And what is the time?
1718.
Now, Ms. Mazzola,
Actually, 17/18/57, because you need the precise frame.
Thank you.
At 1400s. Proceed.
would you agree that if at 1712 you started walking back into the house, by 1718, Dennis Fung is standing in the foyer with an object which has been purported to be the blood vial envelope. Would you agree that that period of time is 6 minutes approximately, or 6.5 minutes, from when you started walking back into the house to the image in this frame?
Approximately, yes.
And you said a moment ago, ma'am, that when you and Dennis Fung returned to the house in the van, first thing that was done was that items 16 and 15 were collected. Is that right?
When we got back there, yes.
And that to collect them, they first had to be documented, correct?
Correct.
And you said that took a few minutes, correct?
To document an item, yes.
Right. And then you said that after they were documented and collected, that you stood with Dennis Fung for about 5 minutes in the kitchen foyer area waiting to receive the trash bag, correct?
I believe I said approximately 5 minutes or so.
And you said that after you received the trash bag, Ms. Mazzola, that it was at least 2 minutes more that you waited with Dennis Fung before walking into the living room, correct?
I was in the general vicinity, yes.
And so, ma'am, I think you also said a little while ago, therefore, that it was at least 10 minutes that you were with Dennis Fung, either processing these two items or standing with him with the trash bag, before you put the trash bag down in the foyer and walked into the living room. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Didn't you testify that it was at least 10 minutes from the time you began to document and photograph and collect items 15 and 16 until you left the trash bag in the foyer and went into the living room?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, by your own estimates in the last few minutes, wouldn't you agree that more than 10 minutes passed from the time you re-entered Rockingham and began the collection process of items 15 and 16 until the time that you went into the living room to sit on the couch?
Overruled.
I believe I was giving estimates. It could have been 1 or 2 or even 3 minutes off.
Ms. Mazzola, but given the estimates that you gave, not that I gave, but that you gave, by those estimates, wasn't it at least 10 minutes from the time that you first went into Rockingham to collect items 15 and 16 until you left the bag on the foyer and went into the living room and closed your eyes?
Argumentative cultural speculation.
Overruled.
By your estimates that you just gave.
Being off a couple of minutes to a few minutes could be anywhere from 6 minutes to 10 minutes.
Ms. Mazzola, a few minutes ago, before I showed you the KABC tape, didn't you say it was at least 10 minutes?
Sustained. I think we spent enough time on this, council.
Okay, you can stop the tape. Now, Ms. Mazzola, I think you testified on direct examination that by this point in the day you were very tired. Is that right? It's been a long day.
I was tired, yes.
During the course of your examination, would it be fair to say that when I asked you about certain item numbers, it was frequently necessary for you to refer to your notes to see what item number a particular object was?
Yes,
And during the course of June 13th, you collected many different items, is that right?
yes,
And in fact, you had a different set of numbers for the items you were collecting at Bundy from the items you were collecting at Rockingham.
yes.
Well, how did you know that you were up to item 16 and item 15 when you collected the last two items at the Rockingham house?
Because we had started with number 1 at Rockingham, and we started with 100 at Bundy.
But, Ms. Mazzola, is it your testimony that even after you put the field notes back into the van, that you had an independent recollection that the next item you were up to was 15?
That was the next item that was up.
Ms. Mazzola, what I'm asking you, though, is whether or not, at this point in the day when you said you were so exhausted and you collected so many different items, that you were able to remember that the next item number available for an item was 15 without referring to your field notes.
Yes,
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that the notations for items 15 and 16 and the times that they were recorded were written contemporaneous to their collection on the afternoon of June 13th?
items 15 and 16 were the next items up. The times was written the next day.
Isn't it a fact that you recorded on this field document the numbers 15 and 16, the check marks for ID photo, their locations of the items, what they were, and their times on the afternoon of June 13th at about the time that you were actually collecting them?
Sustained, referring to 1107.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to simply pass this document to the jurors.
Certainly.
How is that done here? Do I have to give it to someone first?
And it to juror number 1.
Okay. Oh, just one question first, if I may. May I? Just, okay. Ms. Mazzola, and you can look at your own notes if you want. Didn't you in fact give a detailed description of the actual location of each of these items on your field notes?
Objection. This is the word detail.
Overruled.
There's location noted, yes.
And doesn't the location for item 15 not simply say that it's in a garbage can in the bathroom, but it even says what corner of the bathroom the garbage can is in? Isn't that also in the notes?
That is location Mr. Funk told me, yes.
And isn't that the location that Mr. Fung told you on the afternoon of the 13th when you actually wrote it down on that document?
No, I don't believe it was on the afternoon of the 13th.
It's your testimony that Dennis Fung recalled the very next day when he talked to you that that trash can was in the southwest corner of the bathroom?
Overruled.
I cannot testify to what Mr. Fung remembered or not.
I'm not asking you what he remembered. I'm asking you whether that's when he told it to you for the first time.
Overruled.
It was the next day.
I'll just take a minute while we're doing that.
Robertson.
Like that all the jurors have had the opportunity to review Defense Exhibit 1107. Mr. Newfield.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, was it after that you and Dennis Fung removed items in 15 and 16 from the trash bag that you logged them in on this field sheet? Is that your testimony?
Yes,
And that was done in the afternoon of June 14th, correct?
it was done on June 14th.
Well, on the morning of June 14th, you said you became aware that the blood vial from Mr. Simpson was in the trash bag, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly knew, ma'am, on the morning of the 14th, that the sneakers had not been in that trash bag. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And you say you saw on the gray envelope, when it was removed from the trash bag, the inscription indicating that Mr. Fung had received the blood vial from Van Adder on June 13th at 5:20 p.m., correct?
I caught a glimpse of it, yes.
Yet, isn't it a fact that you still made out this handwritten list on June 14th with the sneakers identified as item 17, the vial as item 18, and the hair from the glove as item 19?
Overruled.
Yes.
And ma'am, yet on this handwritten sheet, this is the handwritten sheet that you prepared, ma'am?
Yes.
With the items 17 being the sneakers, 18 being the blood vial, and 19 being some hair removed from the glove.
Correct.
You didn't put any time down on this handwritten sheet for when this blood vial was allegedly obtained, did you?
Object to order allegedly.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
You didn't write down any time next to the item number 18, the blood vial, so the time that you read on an envelope as to the time it was received.
And on this, no.
Yet the only date, in fact, there's no date either, is there, put next to the item?
No.
The only date on that piece of paper that you wrote is June 14th, isn't that right?
For the tennis shoes, yes.
Excuse me, well, you certainly knew that item 19, the hair, was not collected on the, was not something that you were booking in on the 13th, correct?
Was not collected on the 13th?
Well, the hair was not something that you were separating on the 18th, on the 13th.
That's,
Well, didn't
Sustain. You're rephrasing the question?
you include or keep item 19, the hair from item 9, on a separate page with the sneakers in subsequent reports?
It's irrelevant.
Isn't it a fact that you never wrote down on that sheet that the blood vial was received on June 13th at 17:20 in the afternoon?
on this, no.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that the reason you wrote down the vial as number 18 and the sneakers as number 17 is that you never saw a vial come out of the plastic bag in the early morning hours of June 14th?
Sustain. What items do we have on the Elmo now?
Sorry,
What defense, what item is on the Elmo defense? 1107.
now yesterday, you were asked by Mr. Goldberg whether you had an independent recollection that on June 13th, 10 months ago, you remember that the trash bag felt a little bit heavier when you carried it down the driveway than it had felt earlier on when you were holding it with items 15 and 16 in it. Isn't that correct?
Sustain.
24643. I think you heard me. Did you hear me, Your Honor? 24643?
What line?
Beginning at line 10.
Proceed.
That's not, this
Not in,
is.
Proceed.
it's a foundation question, Your Honor. When you testified yesterday under questioning to Mr. Goldberg, did you testify that, well, you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question. Now, in terms of weight, when you were carrying the bag, did the weight appear to be consistent with only 15, 16, and the little cards? Answer, it appeared to be a little heavier, but at the time I didn't think much about it. You were asked that question, gave that answer yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. And when you testified that way, Mr. Zola, were you saying, in effect, that you were recalling that the bag had a little more heft when you carried it down the driveway, as opposed to the amount of heft that it had when you were holding it in the house?
It's estimate of cost for speculation.
Overruled. Overruled.
It was a little heavier than what item 15, 16, and the few cards would have had.
Well, when you say, when you testified that way yesterday, and you said it was heavier than what the cards in 15 and 16 would have felt like, were you simply assuming a weight for 15 and 16 in the cards, or were you thinking back to how heavy the bag felt when you held it with 15 and 16 in the little cards before you put it down in the foyer?
You understand that question?
I understand the question. I don't know if I was assuming the weight given the few pieces of paper versus remembering exactly how heavy it was when I had it in my hand.
Well, the photo ID cards are pieces of cardboard, are they not? They're index cards that are folded in half?
They're about that weight, yes.
And there were about a half dozen of them, or 8 of them, I think we said yesterday, is that right?
I don't know if there were 8. There were a few,
Well, there was, item number 4 had an index card, right?
correct?
Item number 5, 6, 7, 8, A, B, and C, is that right?
Correct,
So approximately a half dozen or so,
approximately.
and those are cardboard,
More like, as you said, index
index
cards.
cards. Sorry, thank you. And it's your testimony yesterday and today that you could recall that when you carried that bag down the driveway, that it had more heft than it would have with just the folded index cards in it and items 15 and 16. Is that correct?
Yes, it was a little heavier.
You have the item? With the court's permission, I would simply like to take the staple off of these 3 objects so I can isolate one of them.
Which item is that?
These are the 3 envelopes that are used for demonstrative purposes by the people. It's 163H.
All right, you may unstaple them. Of course, you have the staple remover.
Brooklyn we use on a key. Mr. Zola, I believe you've already testified that the analyzed evidence report, which would hold a blood vial, is the gray envelope, which was part of People's Exhibit 163H. Is that right?
The envelope, yes.
All right. And you, of course, have seen the blood vials that are used to hold reference samples, haven't you, in your work in toxicology?
I've seen those samples, yes.
And I now show you what is Defendant's Exhibit. Looks like there's a number covered up with the strip, but 1112. And ask you whether or not it appears to be same size and shape that is used as a standard vial for holding blood. Reference samples.
In toxicology, we do not have the ones with the EDTA preservative,
You have a different type of stopper on it,
correct?
but it's the same size, correct?
It might be a little bit smaller. I'm not positive. I need to compare the two.
May we have a very brief sidebar, Your Honor? I think I can, just a question of foundation.
Do you have any other vials available?
This is, may I just approach very briefly on that, Your Honor?
Oh, just talk to Mr. Sheck.
We believe that Dennis Fung has already addressed this issue.
All right, let me see counsel without the reporter.
believe there's a stipulation from the people.
Proceed. Lay your foundation. Mr. Mazzola, what brand blood container does the LAPD use? Do you know?
Offhand, I don't know.
Would you recognize one if you saw a picture of it?
To tell you the truth, I don't pay close attention to what brand it is.
Show you this picture to see if it refreshes your recollection. And I'm also going to show you, which I guess we're next in order on this one.
Would be 1124. Correct, Mrs. Robinson?
And see if, take a look at that, please. Take a look at the photo.
Do you want to mark the photo as 1125?
Thank you.
Okay?
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that a purple top monojet tube was used to hold Mr. Simpson's blood?
Yes?
And that the monojet tube that was used, the same size and shape as the one you're holding in your right hand?
It appears to be.
Okay. Thank you.
Got it.
And what I've done, Ms. Mazzola, is I put water in this tube, okay?
Okay?
And what I'd like you to do is to place the tube into the envelope. I'd like you to clasp it.
Okay?
Now, I want you to hold that with your hand to get a sense of how much it weighs.
All right.
Now, is it your testimony, Ms. Mazzola, that you have an independent memory of the additional half the weight generated 10 months ago by the inclusion in the trash bag of an object with that amount of weight?
Overruled.
Council Sims, that's not an evidence of the way he's sitting.
Overruled.
There was an additional bit of weight in the bag, yes.
But what I'm asking you is that your independent recollection that you could tell that the bag that you carried out to the truck weighed more than the bag when you held it in the kitchen, given the amount of weight that you now sense this object has?
That's an answer.
Overruled.
Yes, the weight was a little bit more and concentrated in one area.
And it's something that you could actually feel that day?
Yes, it felt a little heavier.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, and then I will be finished with this area of recourse, and I'll get back to finishing the cross. May I just simply pass this envelope around so the jurors can experience the weight?
I don't think you have an adequate foundation at this point, given the testimony of the witness. Demonstration has to most closely be identical, and her testimony is that this is not identical.
Well, there's been testimony that,
No, counsel,
I'm sorry.
Let me see council without the court reporter.
Zola, your knowledge, was anything else in that gray envelope on the morning of June 14th when you saw it at the LAPD SID laboratory other than a test tube with blood?
No foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustain.
Did you at any time, Ms. Mazzola, feel in that envelope any other objects other than a test tube?
Vegas to date.
Oh, well.
From the bit I saw, the envelope, it looked like it was just one tube.
Looked like there was just a small tube in it,
One tube.
and nothing else was in the envelope other than that one tube?
From what I could see, it
That's all I'm
looked
asking.
like a tube.
Okay.
Still no foundation,
I-
personal knowledge.
I believe Your Honor now. I'd again now ask if I can pass this around, given her last answer to the jury.
Mr. Goldberg, any objection?
Could I take the witness on Vadar?
Yes.
Did you look inside the envelope on June the 14th?
No.
So when you said that there only appeared to be one tube in it, what were you basing that opinion on?
From the outline on the envelope.
You did not look inside.
No.
Your Honor, I would ask that subject to connection.
Ms. Mazzola, does this appear to accurately approximate the weight of the envelope that you have felt or seen with regards to this case?
It's a little hard to tell, Your Honor. Blood, I don't know if blood weighs more than just 100% water or not.
All right, other than that difference, does it feel approximately the same?
I didn't hear the first question or Peter's.
Other than that difference, does it feel the same?
Feels a little lighter, but
All right. To your knowledge, were there any other items inside that envelope, any reports or anything like that at the time that you carried it?
that I know of personally, no.
All right, go ahead.
With the court's permission, I would like to now publish the envelope, let the jury hold it.
You may.
Thank you.
Deputy, may I have that, please? Thank you. Mr. Newfield, you may.
I'm moving into a whole new area.
Thank you.
You're welcome. On redirect examination, Mr. Goldberg asked you about your memory. Do you remember that?
Sustained.
Well, he asked you about your memory for details. Do you recall those questions that he asked you?
Still based.
As to what items, counsel?
Do you believe that your memory is satisfactory, Ms. Mazzola?
Argumentative overbroad.
Sustained.
How would you describe your own memory, Ms. Mazzola?
Memory as to what particular point, counsel?
How would you, well, when you worked at the Kern County Crime Laboratory, did you ever have the experience in which you believed you had inventoried an item only to learn sometime later that you had failed to inventory that item?
Sustained.
It's foundation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, at the Los Angeles Police Department Toxicology Laboratory, did you ever have the experience where you believed you had inventoried an item only to learn later on that you had forgot to do so?
Overruled.
Inventoried in what respect? I don't understand the
Making
question.
an entry in the books or making your own entry on a sample that you received for toxicology analysis?
Still vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
No?
And of course, from your work in toxicology, you understand the importance of chain of custody. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you understand that it's important to demonstrate the integrity of the evidence has not been undermined. Isn't that right?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Correct.
And specifically in toxicology, you knew that a police officer or other employee who took urine or drew blood would initial that sample that was eventually tested in your laboratory. That was a standard procedure.
Also speculation, not relevant.
Overruled.
Initialed the sample itself or
Yes,
what?
initial the sample itself.
I have seen officers send in samples both ways.
Well, either they initial the sample itself or they at least initial the package that it's contained in. Is that correct? One or the other.
They fill out the package that the sample is contained in.
With their name on it, correct? The police officer who actually collected the sample?
Not relevant.
Overruled.
Either collected or booked it, yes.
And you testified that on the field reports, there was a box to fill in with the initials of the criminalist who personally collected each item of evidence. Isn't that correct?
Sustained.
Would you agree, ma'am, that one reason that it's important to document who collected which swatches and where they were collected is because little swatches all look pretty much alike?
The swatches are similar in size, yes.
And just by looking at a swatch, you can't tell whether it was from a drop at Rockingham or a drop at Bundy.
Sustained. We've asked these questions already, counsel. Last week.
Well, at the mini academy at LAPD SID, were you ever instructed that items of evidence should be photographed prior to their actual booking?
It's been asked and it's
It has.
Not with respect to these items, Your Honor, not with respect to the swatches.
It has. You've already gone through the general booking procedures, counsel.
Not
Yes, you have. Proceed.
Well, were you taught that a photograph must be taken before there is any manipulation or alteration of the evidence?
Same question. Proceed, counsel.
Did anyone at the Los Angeles Police Department ever instruct you to have photographs taken of the swatches prior to their booking?
just relevant.
That question hasn't been asked.
No.
And you did not take the initiative to do that on your own?
Irrelevant.
Overruled.
No.
And so would it be fair to say that there are no photographs to show what the swatches looked like when they were collected, but before they were passed to third parties?
That is correct.
And there was no photograph to indicate the number of swatches that you collected for each stain.
That is correct.
And would it also be correct, ma'am, that there are no written records created by you indicating the number of swatches that you personally collected?
Overruled.
That is correct.
Your field notes only say, quote, red stain, unquote.
Correct.
And the official property reports only mention a, quote, swatch, unquote, in the singular. Isn't that correct?
Overruled.
I did not fill out the property reports. I could look at them and give you an answer.
Well, you were able to testify about the property reports, I believe, during the redirect examination of Mr. Goldberg, weren't you?
Sustained.
Could you please look at the property reports and tell me?
Sure. It is in the singular.
It's in the singular. And in fact, isn't there a box or a column where the person filling out the property report is to indicate the quantity of an item?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that the quantity, namely the number of swatches for each of these bloodstains that you collected, is not filled in with a number?
The boxes are not filled in. That's correct.
So there's no listing of the quantity of swatches that were collected for each of these stains.
Sustained.
Now, even without photographs, would you agree that one way to distinguish one set of swatches from another is to clearly document the coin envelope that the swatches are collected in?
It is to clearly document.
Overruled.
It is necessary to have information on the envelope, yes.
And would you agree that one element of properly documenting the coin envelope the swatches are collected in is to record the initials of the criminalist who's collecting those swatches?
Not necessarily.
Well, would you agree that one reason for initialing the envelope is so it would be perfectly clear that this particular package contained the swatches that you collected as opposed to some other set of anonymous swatches?
The item numbers and DR numbers identify which case and which item number the swatches came from.
And do initials of the criminalist also help to identify it?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
They could.
And wouldn't it be fair to say, ma'am, that on the day that you collected the swatches in this place, you didn't even know the DR number, did you?
At that time, no.
The DR number hadn't been bought on June 13th, had it?
I don't know when it had been bought.
Well, if you knew that there was testimony that it was not bought until the 16th of June.
Sustained. All right, council, let's take our break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case, conduct any deliberations on the matter, or allow anybody to communicate with you. We'll take a 15-minute recess, and council, once you organize your exhibits for the next phase. All right, Ms. Mazzoli, you may step down.
And if you could, just so the jury can see it, I'm looking now at People's Exhibit 163E, which is a coin envelope containing some plastic bags, a white paper bindle, and inside the bindle, is there anything inside the bindle, ma'am?
There are some white swatches.
Okay. And are those the two white swatches that I now put on the coin envelope?
It looks more like 3. There's one on top of that one.
Okay. They sometimes get stuck together?
Sometimes.
All right. With the court's permission, I'm not going to pass them around. I just like to hold them up in front of the jury.
I don't know how effective that's going to be since they're Don't anybody sneeze.
And you would agree, Ms. Mazzola, that without proper documentation, none of these swatches, these plastic bags can easily get mixed up.
Overrule. Jury can draw their own conclusions.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Do you agree that without proper documentation, it's easier for someone to tamper with them too?
I don't follow that question.
All right. Now, the next thing you did with the plastic bag was to put it into a clean coin envelope at the scene. Is that right?
Correct?
And just as the swatches in the plastic bags all look pretty much alike, so do the coin envelopes, don't they?
Yes.
And so it is the standard practice at the Los Angeles Police Department to write identifying information on each coin envelope at the scene. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that is done so that one envelope and its contents can be distinguished from another.
Correct.
And would you agree, ma'am, that putting one's initials on the coin envelope at the scene is one way to identify a piece of evidence?
Overrule. But we've pretty much been through this procedure.
I haven't been through this procedure, this witness. I
Well, counsel, the jury already knows about this procedure. Proceed.
Placing one's initials alone on a coin envelope would not help distinguish it from another.
But placing one's initials in conjunction with placing the item number on the envelope will.
The item number is more important, yes.
But placing one's initials also enhance that identification process, correct?
Sustained.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, would you agree that, for instance, in this case, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that photo ID numbers can be used again and again at different crime scenes and different investigations?
Yes.
And so there could be more than 2 coin envelopes in the laboratory having the same number, such as 27 or 35 or 110.
Yes.
And so, in addition to placing the photo ID number and item number on a coin envelope, placing the initials of the person who collected that item on the envelope is an additional way to individualize the envelope, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it a standard practice of the Los Angeles Police Department to retain for trial purposes the original coin envelopes used at the crime scene?
I don't know if that is a standard practice or not. I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you ever testify as a witness in a toxicology case?
Yes.
And you were given a vial in an envelope?
Yes.
And when you would testify in court, was that same envelope retained and produced in court?
Sustained.
Would you agree that retention of the original documented coin envelope is one way to document the beginning of chain of custody?
Overrule.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, by Mr. Goldberg, you denied personally putting your initials on the coin envelopes for the bloodstains that you personally collected at Rockingham and Bundy. Is that correct?
It's the evidence.
Overrule.
I believe I said something to that effect.
On August 23rd, 1994, when you were under oath, didn't you swear that for each bloodstain that you collected at Rockingham, you personally put your initials on the coin envelope?
Argument that is framed in that outset.
Sustained.
On August 23rd, 1994, referring to page 705,
I think this has been asked and answered.
What line, counsel? What line, counsel?
I'm sorry. Beginning at line 2 and ending at line 15,
Which page?
705.
All right, line 2 to 15.
Thank you. On August 23rd, when you testified under oath, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers, Ms. Mazzola? Question: when you place the plastic into the coin envelope, you said you make a notation on the coin envelope, namely the photo number at that point as well? Answer: it is labeled the photo item number. Question: do you initial the plastic bag yourself? Answer: the coin envelope is initialed. Question: by you? Answer: that is correct. Question: and in each of these instances where you collected the stain, you personally initialed the envelope? Answer: I collected the stain. It was initialed by me. Did you give those answers to those questions under oath on August 23rd, 1994?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, also page 768, lines 16 through 18.
Proceed.
And then again, on page 768, Ms. Mazzola, at the same hearing on August 23rd, 1994, where you asked this question, did you give this answer? Question: well, I'm sorry. You know the coin envelopes were initialed by you, correct? Answer: correct. Did you give that answer to that question on August 23rd?
I believe so.
Now, your initials would be what, AM? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when Dennis Fung would initial an envelope or item, he would initial it DF?
Yes.
So it was your sworn testimony on August 23rd that you and not Fung initialed the coin envelopes for the stains that you personally collected?
Overruled.
At that time, I believe I had initialed them, yes.
And at that time, ma'am, on August 23rd, it was just 2 months after you had actually gone out and collected the stains in this case. Is that right?
Approximately 2 months, yes.
All right. And would you, since August 23rd, have you been involved in other crime scene investigations?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Haven't we gone through this already?
I have. It's just a foundation to get into the next question, Your Honor.
Well, then ask the next question.
Okay. Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that this crime scene on June 13th was your very first one where you were the primary collector of bloodstain evidence?
We've asked that question as well.
I understand. There's a few of these that simply lead into the next point, Your Honor.
Well, if we've asked them already, let's proceed to what's new.
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, between June 13th and August 23rd, isn't it a fact that you didn't do any other crime scenes?
I don't recall if I had or not.
All right. And wouldn't you agree, ma'am, that since this was your very first crime scene, where you were the primary collector of evidence, that your recollection of what transpired is more vivid than it is after doing many more crime scenes in the interim?
So this backs not the evidence, and it's also unintelligible.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
Not really.
Does this particular event stick out in your mind in any way because it was your first major crime scene that you collected the evidence?
It doesn't stick out in a major way, no.
Proceed.
The fact that it was your very first crime scene, Ms. Mazzola, and it was a case involving such notoriety, isn't it more vivid in your mind than are the other crime scenes that you have done in the interim?
It's testimony of first crimes.
No.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Well, it was not my first crime scene, and it is just another scene.
Mr. Mazzola, this was just another scene for you?
All right, counsel, we've gone over and over and
Mr.
over.
Mazzola, sorry. It was your first crime scene, though, where you were the primary collector of blood evidence, wasn't it?
This is the 5th time we're asking this question, counsel.
All right. When you testified on August 23rd, Ms. Mazzola, you didn't first discuss your testimony with your superior, Mrs. Kessler, did you?
No,
But since August 23rd, you have discussed your involvement in this case in the presence of Ms. Kessler, haven't you?
Sustained.
Before you testified on August 23rd, you hadn't discussed this testimony with the district attorneys, had you? He went on to it, into it on redirect, Your Honor.
Counsel, that doesn't mean that we have to hear it for the 3rd time. Are you about to finish with your cross-examination? Do you have anything new?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, because the cross-examination is about to end.
At any time during the last 10 months, Ms. Mazzola, did your colleagues at SID tell you it's time to close ranks because they're under attack?
no,
Are you aware as you sit here today that any of your colleagues have been criticized for the way they conducted themselves in this case?
Since that's not your evidence.
Overruled.
So sorry.
Overruled.
some of them have been talked about, yes.
Well, not just talked about, are you aware they've been criticized?
That's irrelevant.
Are you aware, Ms. Mazzola, as you sit here today, that there have been reports in the media that the defense, in this case, has criticized the SID where you work and the manner in which evidence was collected in this case?
Sustained. Jury is to disregard the implication of the question.
When was the first time that you reviewed your transcript of the testimony of August 23rd?
Maybe it's a month or so ago, maybe a little more. I'm not exactly sure when.
And did your supervisor at SID tell you that there was a big problem with your sworn testimony of August 23rd, that you personally put your initials on every coin envelope for every stain that you collected on June 13th?
No,
Did the prosecutors tell you there was a problem with your August 23rd testimony on that point?
no,
When did the prosecutors or SID supervisors first show you what they claimed were the original coin envelopes from June 13th?
I saw pictures of the coin envelopes at the DA's office.
And when was that?
Probably a month or less ago.
And when you looked at those coin envelopes at that time, when you looked at the photographs of those coin envelopes at that time, did you experience a moment of panic when you didn't see your initials on those coin envelopes?
Sustained.
How did you feel when you saw those photographs of the coin envelopes that didn't have your initials on them?
Well, it assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Subject to connection with the very next question.
Proceed. How did you feel when you saw the photographs?
I didn't feel anything different.
These
Proceed.
be marked for identification, Your Honor. They are one,
I'm
two.
going to object to those being introduced based on our prior conversations. They still have biological evidence.
All right, we'll mark them by reference. Do we have photographs of them as well?
I don't have photographs of all of them, no.
I thought we probably do.
All right. We'll mark them by reference because the storage will remain with the LAPD. However, you may mark them by reference for the purpose of this hearing.
Should we mark them collectively as one exhibit? Next in order.
I don't know because I think that we are going to need to refer to them individually when we get to the testing. So unfortunately, I think we need to individually mark each one of these. Mr. Goldberg, do you agree with that?
Well, Your Honor, what we had intended to do, I don't know whether you wanted me to discuss this in open court, is simply refer to them by their item numbers. And that's the way everything would be connected up.
So we'll have a third numbering system in this case, item number coin envelopes.
Well, I don't know.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, but it's an evidentiary item number system as opposed to an exhibit
I agree.
item numbers.
Since we've been referring that confusingly as so, let's do that. Mrs. Robertson will start a third list. Coin envelopes by item number. All right, and council will both sides stipulate that the coin number, item number, will be as written on the coin envelope for the purposes of the record. That'll make it simpler.
Yes, and I
All right, let's do it that way. Proceed.
I also defer the stipulation that in fact these are the original coin envelopes.
Well, I assume as soon as you start with the witness, we'll get that. Proceed.
Well, I'm going to show you then coin envelopes with the following numbers on them: 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, and 14. I'd like you to take a look at them, please.
All right, these are the Rockingham item numbers.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Mazzola, what I'd like you to do is at this time collect from that pile the original coin envelopes for the Rockingham samples that you testified to on August 23rd you had put your initials on.
That question on the grounds that it's unintelligible.
Sustained.
Well, you asked this question, did you give this answer?
I have a line site.
Line 11.
This has been asked and answered.
Just one question.
One question.
Question, and in each of these instances where you collected the stain, you personally initialed the envelope? Answer, I collected the stain, it was initialed by me. You were asked that question, and you gave that answer, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, what I'm asking you to do is in that pile of coin envelopes that you have in front of you with the numbers that I just gave you, each of those numbers represents a different item number, does it not?
Yes.
What I'm asking you to do is to pull out the coin envelopes and with the item numbers for the blood drops found at the Rockingham property that at that August 23rd hearing that I just read to you from in this case has your initials on them.
Still argumentative and
Sustained.
unintelligible.
Ms. Mazzola, do any of those coin envelopes that have been produced in court today by the prosecutor have your initials on them?
These alone or,
Well, I'm asking you about those. Those are the Rockingham, those have been purported to be the Rockingham blood drops.
no, they do not.
And in fact, Ms. Mazzola, whose initials on each one of those envelopes?
Mr. Fung's,
And Ms. Mazzola, let's, for instance, take item number 11. Item number 11 you collected without Mr. Fung being present, correct? He didn't observe it.
correct.
The coin envelope here that has item 11 on it, whose initials are on it?
Mr. Fung's as
Your
by-
initials, I'm sorry.
Counsel.
Mr. Fung's as the one who booked them, did the final packaging.
Ms. Mazzola, did you testify on August 23rd that for every stain that you personally collected, you put your initials on them?
Asked and answered.
It has. We've established that point, counsel.
Ms. Mazzola, item number 11, he wasn't even present when you collected it, correct?
Correct.
Yet your initials are not on that envelope, is that correct?
Answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct.
Item number 7, and item number 7 was a stain that you personally collected on the driveway in front of Mr. Simpson's house, correct?
Correct.
And for item number 7, Dennis Fung wasn't present, was he?
Correct.
Would you please look at item 7 on this envelope and see whether or not your initials are present?
My initials are not present.
Item number 8, another item that you collected without Dennis Fung even being present. Is that correct?
Correct?
Are your initials on item number 8?
No, they're not.
And are you saying that the reason your initials are not on these envelopes is because you didn't book them? Is that your testimony today, ma'am?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You said that Dennis Fung's initials appear on that envelope. Is that because he's the one who booked the envelope?
He is the one who did the final packaging for that envelope.
Is it your testimony now, as opposed to August 23rd, that the person who actually collected the stain doesn't put his or her initials on the envelope?
Argumentative and also vague as to which case.
Overruled.
Back in August, I was under the assumption that I had put my initials on the envelopes, and I was wrong.
When you testified on August 23rd, did you say, "I'm assuming that to be true," or did you say it was true, Ms. Mazzola?
It's argumentative as well.
Ms. Mazzola, in response to the question as to whether you initialed the envelopes at the August 23rd hearing when you testified under oath, did you ever say, "I'm not sure"?
Argumentative. Yes.
Overruled.
I do not remember if I said, I do not remember.
Let me show you testimony, just refresh your recollection.
Counsel, we've gone over it now. You've established the point.
As you sit here today, it is your current belief that Dennis Fung put his initials on these envelopes?
On these, yes.
And the reason he put them on these envelopes is because he was the one who was going to book them?
That he was the one who did the final packaging for that item, yes.
When you say the final packaging, what do you mean?
Placing the bindle containing the cloth swatches in the envelope and sealing the envelope.
And was the envelope sealed on the morning of the 14th, to your knowledge?
I do not remember.
Now I'll show you a group of envelopes. Which would be following item numbers. Item 41, item 42, item 43. Well, actually, withdraw that. I'm going to focus a little bit. There were a number of drops that were collected at Bundy, is that correct?
Correct?
And they received photo ID numbers and item numbers, did they not?
Yes?
And the first item number would be 47,
Photo ID 112?
right?
Correct.
And the next one would be 48,
Correct?
photo ID 113, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Correct.
next one would be item 49,
Correct.
All right, record reflect the witness is referring to her field notes.
and the next one would be item 50, which is ID 115, correct?
Correct.
And finally, the last one in that series of drops is item 52, which is 117, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I ask you to take a look at these items. Now,
Hold on, let her look at the item.
sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Mazzola, you personally collected the blood drop stains that became items 47, 48, and 50. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do 47, 48, or 50 have your initials on them?
.49 does.
Sorry, I asked you first about
Oh.
47, 48, and 50.
Oh, excuse
Do
me.
those three have your initials
No.
on them? They don't.
No,
Now, items 49 and 52 have your initials, is that correct?
correct.
And you're saying now that items 49 and 52 have your initials because you were the person who was there when the package was ultimately sealed for booking
That I am the one who placed the bindle in the package and sealed it.
and sealed it? And when did that sealing occur, ma'am? What day?
I can't remember if it was the 14th or not.
And they would be sealed for booking at the evidence control unit, isn't that right?
Correct. Well, evidence processing room, actually.
Well, that's what you would do the sealing, but once they are actually sealed, then they're taken over to the evidence control unit to be frozen, isn't that right?
To be booked in and frozen, yes.
And so, to the best of your recollection, as you sit here today, you sealed items 49 and 52 on June 14th for booking. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Well, to the best of your recollection, as you sit here today, did you seal item 49 for booking
Yes.
on June 14th?
I'm not positive it was June 14th or not.
To the best of your recollection, which day was it?
I'm not sure if it was the 14th or the 15th. I'm not positive.
Could be one or the other?
Could be.
How about item 52? Are you saying that the reason your initials appear on item 52 is because you're the person who sealed that envelope for booking on June 14th or June 15th?
Correct.
Now, up until the time that you saw photographs of these coin envelopes, didn't you believe that you had personally put your initials on every one of them?
Whoa. You can answer the question.
Yes, I believe so.
And so the reason you're now changing your mind as to whether you had in fact, as you testified on August 23rd, put your initials on each coin envelope for the stains that you collected is because they're telling you that these are the original coin envelopes. Isn't that true?
These are the original envelopes.
When the district attorney showed you photographs of these coin envelopes, did they point out to you that most of the envelopes, contrary to your sworn testimony of August 23rd, didn't have your initials on them?
I do not believe so.
And did you realize that when the prosecutors showed you the coin envelopes, that if your sworn testimony of August 23rd was correct, then the absence of your initials on some of these coin envelopes could mean that the original evidence may have been tampered with, in your mind?
Sustained.
Well, when the prosecutors showed you those photographs, up until that time, you believed, to the best of your recollection, that you had written your initials on the original coin envelopes at the scene on June 13th. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Would you agree, ma'am, that if your testimony on August 23rd was truthful and was accurate, that that would mean that these envelopes were not the original envelopes?
Sustained. Speculation, Counsel.
And before you testified on direct examination, Ms. Mazzola, did the prosecutors tell you that they wanted you to testify at this trial that your August 23rd testimony was false?
This is not
Sustained. There's, Counsel, without the court report, please.
Now, after you left Rockingham for the second time, you said you returned to your offices at Piper Tech, is that right?
Back to the laboratory, yes.
And that, you'd be arriving at about 6:30?
Somewhere around there.
And you brought all the evidence that had been collected that day into the evidence processing unit?
Correct?
And there are two entrances to that unit, are there not?
Yes.
One is a door for which you need an ID card to get in and out of,
Correct?
and the second entrance is a garage door, is that right?
It is a roll-up door, yes.
And for instance, if I were to enter the evidence processing unit with you, and you put up your card to gain access, I would not have to put up my card to go in with you, would I?
No, you would not.
And if once inside, someone opened that roll-up door, then other people could come and go from the evidence processing unit through that large door, which is big enough for a car or a truck. Is that right?
Correct?
Oh.
Now, you said that when you got back to the evidence processing unit, the items were taken out of the coin envelopes for drying. Is that right?
Correct?
And if they were still wet when they were taken out of the plastic bags, then there would be transfer stains on those plastic bags. Is that right?
Yes?
Did you preserve the plastic bags?
No?
Were you trained to throw them out?
Yes?
By the way, did you or Dennis Fung save the black plastic trash bag that you were seen carrying items out of Rockingham that afternoon?
No, I do not believe so.
And you said that you and Mr. Fung began to put the wet swatches into the test tubes. Is that right?
Correct?
And are the test tubes marked at that point?
We marked them, yes.
And the test tube was then put back in the same little brown coin envelope. Isn't that right?
Correct, corresponding to its item number.
And you do that because the original coin envelope contains the markings to enable you to identify the swatches you collected from other drops at different scenes.
They correspond to the item numbers that are also written on the test tubes.
And I believe it's your testimony on direct examination that at least with respect to some of the bloodstains, you personally removed the swatches from the plastic bags and put them into test tubes. Isn't that right?
On a few of them, yes.
And you processed that evening both the Rockingham and Bundy items at the same evidence processing unit.
Correct?
Did you place a sheet of paper on the table before you began to transfer the swatches from the plastic bags to the test tubes?
I don't remember if we did or not. We might have.
Did you receive any training at the SID Mini Academy on the necessity of placing a sheet of paper on the laboratory counter before working with the different items?
For Mr. Fung's procedure, the swatches and envelopes are not in contact with the table.
For the procedure that you utilized, Ms. Mazzola, didn't you have to actually use an item to scoop things out of the plastic bag?
I used a glass pipette to move the swatches into the mouth of the test tube.
Okay. And haven't you been taught to put down some paper just for safety precautions, just to avoid an accident of a wet, bloody swatch falling onto the table?
The swatches were never where they could fall on the table.
Was this exercise done over a table?
Yes?
And did you wear a pair of gloves for the removal of the swatches from the plastic bags?
I did, yes.
And did you wear the gloves for the same reason that you wore the gloves at the crime scene, namely as a safety precaution for yourself?
It's just a force of habit to wear the gloves.
And so, do you have any independent recollection as to changing your gloves between the handling of each item that evening?
Independent recollection, no, I don't recall.
And the samples from both locations, that is Rockingham and Bundy, were processed in the same room at the same time. Is that correct?
I was working at a different table than Mr. Funk, and after a few, I just started labeling the test tubes for him.
Well, when you started working at a different table, were you working on the samples from Rockingham or Bundy as opposed to Dennis Fung working on samples from the other location?
We worked on samples from the same location.
And then the samples from both locations are then laid out on a carton. Is that right?
Correct?
And you would lay them out on the bottom of this carton until the bottom is covered with envelopes. Is that right?
Not completely covered, no.
Well, I mean, you left some space.
There had to be some space left, yes.
And you said all the Bundy blood stains were put into a brown shopping bag back at Bundy. Is that right?
A brown paper bag, yes.
And a brown paper bag was used for the Rockingham samples as well. Is that right?
Correct?
One moment. Did you watch Dennis Fung do his procedure after you stopped doing yours?
I wasn't watching him constantly.
But were you watching him some of the time?
Some of the time, yes.
Did you ever see when he actually would take the test tube and scoop it right into the plastic bag to scoop out the individual swatches? Is that how he did it?
He maneuvered the swatches from the outside of the bag rather than place anything in the bag itself.
Well, the swatches were still wet, weren't they?
Not necessarily wet, slightly damp, yes.
Well, some of them sticking to the sides of the plastic bag?
A few, yes.
And to get those swatches that are sticking to the plastic bag, did he use the tube to sort of scoop them out?
No, he would manipulate the plastic bag itself to move the swatches down.
Is it possible that when he did this, that blood would sometimes collect on the outside lip of the test tube?
I'll respect the motion.
Sustain.
When the test tube is then placed in the coin envelope, is the lip of the test tube sticking out?
Yes,
And the envelope itself is left open in the carton, is it not?
yes.
Has anyone at the SID taught you that when blood on the test tube or on the lip of the test tube dries, it can flake or aerosol?
Since that's done.
Sustain.
Have you ever been taught anything about the dangers of, or the possibility, withdrawing. Have you received any training at all about potential contamination which can occur as the blood dries in those test tubes when the envelope is left open?
All seems facts, not evidence.
Overruled. Have you received any such training?
No,
Then you left these envelopes in the carton in a cabinet in the room, correct?
correct?
The cabinet's not locked, is it?
No,
And when you left for the evening, did you take the clipboard with the field notes home with you?
no,
Did you leave them on the table at the evidence processing unit so you'd have them out the next day?
they were left in the evidence processing room.
Now, the next day, you arrived at the evidence processing unit at about 6:52 in the morning, didn't you?
I don't recall the exact time I showed up.
One moment, Your Honor.
Finley.
Yeah, what's the name? What's the name?
Madam Reporter, till 4 for a break.
Let me check.
Can we proceed with something else, Mr. Neufeld?
Let's see what could be one on 4A, that is
Mrs. Robertson, 194A. I'm sorry.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, while they're looking for it, whatever time it was on the morning of June 14th, it was early, was it not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you left the laboratory around 10:30 to go to the print shed with Dennis Fung to examine the Bronco, is that correct?
Yes,
And would it be fair to say that you were at the laboratory that morning before leaving to go to the print shed for 3 or 3.5 hours?
about, yes.
Now, when you testified, I'm sorry, one moment. No, Mrs. Holden. Ms. Mazzola, I simply show you, see if it refreshes your recollection as to what time you arrived. Fence exhibit number 1100.
All right, what is 1100? What is 1100, Mr. Neufeld?
What is it?
What is it?
It's a computer printout.
Next question.
Okay. And when you arrived that morning on the 14th, didn't you and Dennis Fung participate in removing the swatches from the test tubes?
Correct.
And didn't you and Dennis Fung make a visual inspection of the swatches to assure that they were dry?
Yes,
And didn't you and Dennis Fung at that point separate the item numbers both from Bundy and Rockingham and be proceeded to make bindles?
the bindles, for the most part, Mr. Fung was working on. I was filling in the DR number and the item number that he was assigning.
Zola, didn't you personally prepare, that is, create bindles on the morning of June 14th?
We'll have to get a bucket of water for those things. Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, this is a paper bindle, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And you create these bindles by simply folding up a piece of white paper into different sections, is that right?
Yes,
And then once you fold up this piece of paper, you then put the swatches inside, and then you fold it closed, and that's how you hold the swatches, is that correct?
correct.
Isn't it a fact that on the morning of June 14th, that you personally created these bindles for some of the items of evidence, for some of the stains in this case, and put swatches in them?
For a few of them, yes.
And when you, there was no particular way, I'm sorry, there was no particular assignment, was there, that you would only do certain select stains and he would do other stains, was there? I mean, it
No.
was broken up fairly randomly.
We were not assigned which stains to do.
Right. And all you did that day is you and Dennis Fung simply divided up the test tubes containing these swatches and performed these tests at different tables in the same room. Isn't that right?
Objection to tests.
Overruled.
What?
Overruled. Actually, no, sustained. It's not tests.
Test tubes, I said, didn't I?
No, you said
I
tests.
apologize.
Which,
In fact, what happened what happened on June 14th is that you and Dennis Fung simply divided up the test tubes containing the swatches and began to process them.
I started processing, as I said, a few, and then after a few, Mr. Fung was much faster, and I started helping him.
When you testified on August 23rd, did you ever limit your involvement in this case to simply a few?
It's improper impeachment,
Sustained.
you're saying.
Did you put down a sheet of paper on the table at which you were working when you began to process the swatches on June 14th?
Yes,
And again, was that done to protect the table so no bloody swatches would get on it?
and to protect the swatches themselves, just everything in general.
Were you ever trained to change the sheet of paper each time you moved on to a different item number?
The swatches never came in contact with the paper.
Smzola, the individual bindles were right on top of the table, right on top of the piece of paper that was on the table. Is that right?
Correct?
And then you would have to pull or use some instrument to get the swatches out of the tube into the paper bindle. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is there any danger that any of those swatches could either miss that piece of paper that's a bindle and hit the table, or simply glance off the paper and hit the table? Isn't there a danger that that can happen?
No.
Okay. So you would never change the sheet of paper between item numbers, is that correct?
That's correct.
Overruled.
And you also wore a pair of gloves for this operation as well?
Yes.
But you were not trained to change your gloves between the handling of each item when you were doing this procedure, were you?
No, because the hands never came in contact with the swatches.
Why are you wearing gloves, ma'am, in the first place?
It's just something that is routine that I do.
Wait, weren't you taught to wear gloves when performing this procedure, Ms. Mazzola?
I would do it whether or not I was taught or not.
Ms. Mazzola, were you taught to wear gloves for this procedure?
I do not believe we were taught to specifically wear gloves for that procedure.
Were you taught to wear gloves anytime you're handling bloody swatches?
A person does not need to be taught that.
And the reason you have to wear those gloves when you're handling swatches, even if you're using instruments, is because there's always that danger that an accident could happen and a swatch could come in contact with your skin. Isn't that correct?
That's possible.
Well, isn't that the reason for the rubber glove, to protect your skin from coming into contact with the bloody swatch?
Sustained.
Now, would you agree that just as there's nothing special about the coin envelope and the plastic bag, there is nothing unique or special about a folded piece of paper that becomes a bindle?
That's correct.
That without some kind of identifying markings on it, they all look alike?
Correct.
So you put the swatches that you removed from some of the test tubes into paper bindles that you had created, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there were no photos taken of the swatches as they're sitting in the paper bindle before it's folded, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And there's no notation by you in any document at that point in time of the number of swatches that you're putting into each of those bindles, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And of course, you have never directed a forensic photographer to take a photograph of the swatches as they're sitting on that bindle before it gets folded up, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Do you know, as to your recollection of that day, were the swatches all dry as they were put into the paper bindles?
The swatches were all dry before they were put into the paper bindles.
Do you have an independent recollection of that?
If they were not dry, they would not be put into the paper.
That's your standard procedure?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, have any of the swatches been mixed up and placed in the wrong paper bindle or the wrong coin envelope, either accidentally or intentionally in this case?
No.
Well, item 11 is a stain that you collected from a wire at Rockingham on June 13th, isn't it correct?
Correct.
And you collected that stain with a swatch, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you moistened that Sorry. Are you aware, as you sit here today, Ms. Mazzola, that a technician employed by the California Department of Justice tested the swatch that you put in the evidence bindle, and it tested negative for the presence of blood?
Sustain. Curious to disregard the implication of that last question.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that some swatches could get put in the bindle which has been incorrectly, accidentally marked?
No.
Would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that without writing a proper documentation on each bindle, there is really no way to identify these otherwise unidentifiable swatches?
Overruled.
The bindles were marked.
Now, Ms. Mazzola, when you... Sorry, one moment. With respect to every bindle, Ms. Mazzola, that you personally folded and packaged on the morning of June 14th, didn't you write your own initials on those bindles?
On the bindles themselves?
Yes.
No, the item number.
Page 768. Line 19 to line 22.
You got that, Ms. Goldberg?
Yes.
Proceed.
Ms. Mazzola, again referring you to the August 23rd, 1994 hearing when you testified under oath, where you asked the following question, did you give the following answer? Question. And you also believe that the bindles that you packed that morning were also initialed by you? Answer. That's correct. Did you give that answer to that question just 2 months after, or 2.5 months after you were involved in packaging bindles on June 14th?
Correct.
And that's because on August 23rd, when you testified in this case, it was your belief that you had in fact initialed the bindles that you had prepared the morning of the 14th. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the reason that you would put your initials, the reason that you would put your initials on these bindles is because you had learned that technique from watching other criminalists at the crime scenes that you had been present at. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that you learned from these other criminalists, Ms. Mazzola, that whenever you personally create a bindle, you write your initials on the outside. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true, Ms. Mazzola, that you were simply following the same procedure that you had seen these other criminalists use on the morning of the 14th?
No,
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Mazzola, that all the bindles that you initialed were put back in the original coin envelopes on the morning of the 14th?
I did not initial any bindles.
You're saying that your testimony, your sworn testimony of August 23rd is wrong?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Were you taught, Ms. Mazzola, that to demonstrate a reliable chain of custody, the original paper bindles created the morning of June 14th, 1994 are retained for trial? Have you been taught that?
Not really, no.
Have you been taught that by keeping the original bindles, the police can show that the swatches sent out to other labs come from the original bindle that the evidence was placed in?
Oral.
I do not know that.
Were you taught at any point, Ms. Mazzola, that at trial, by placing one's initials on the original bindle, it can be identified by a criminalist as the same bindle that that criminalist folded and personally placed evidence in on a particular date?
I was not told that, no.
Were you told that one reason to retain the original bindles is to refute an allegation that the original evidence had been tampered with?
No.
You've been told that the practice of saving original bindles is a standard practice at the Los Angeles Police Department?
I had not been told that, no.
Well, Ms. Mazzola, what I'd like you to do now, looking at the envelopes that are in front of you, the coin envelopes, I would like you to produce those paper bindles that in your sworn testimony of August 23rd, you claimed had your initials written on them.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, when was the first time you learned that the paper bindles that the prosecution intended to introduce in this case did not have your initials on them?
Since facts not evidence, we intend to introduce them.
Sustained.
Ms. Mazzola, would you please now look through those envelopes and show this jury which, if any, of those bindles have your initials on them?
As I had said before, they do not have my initials on them.
And you know that, Ms. Mazzola, because before this jury walked in here today, you opened each and every one of those coin envelopes, didn't you?
I had known that my initials were not on the bindles before today.
When was it that you first learned that your initials were not on the bindles, Ms. Mazzola?
It was some time ago.
Well, was it after August 23rd, Ms. Mazzola?
It was after, yes.
Was it during one of the prep sessions with the prosecutors that you learned that, Ms. Mazzola?
No, I do not believe so.
Was it one of your superiors at SID who first brought that to your attention?
No.
Was it another employee at SID who brought that to your attention?
I do not believe it was another employee who
Were
brought
you-
it to my attention.
Were you shown photographs of those bindles?
No.
One moment. Who was it who first brought it to your attention that the bindles that the prosecution was saying were the original bindles did not have your initials on them?
Overruled.
I had seen a few of the bindles in serology, and they did not have my initials on them.
And when was that approximately?
I can't tell you approximately. I don't remember the
When you
date.
say you saw a few of the bindles, approximately how many bindles did you see?
I can't remember the exact number or even the approximate number.
Well,
It
you
was
said,
some bindles.
all right, but as you know, Ms. Mazzola, there were at least 30 or 40 bindles generated in this case, correct? By you on the 13th and 14th.
Facts not
Sustained.
Well, would you agree, Ms. Mazzola, that there were more than 25 bindles generated by bloodstain evidence in this case?
I did not count them.
Would you please take a quick look at your notes maybe that'll refresh your recollection as to how many bloodstained bindles were generated in this case.
Approximately 35.
And you said you saw a few in serology one day, is that right?
Correct.
By the way, you're not assigned to serology, you're assigned to toxicology, isn't that right?
Correct.
Were you brought over to serology to look at some of the bindles that had been collected in this particular case?
I was not brought over, no.
Well, why were you looking at some of the bindles in this case in the serology laboratory?
Because I had gone over there to look at them.
And had someone asked you to come over to look at them?
No.
Well, how did you know that these bindles were out on the counter in the serology laboratory?
I saw them as I was passing by.
You mean, how big is the serology laboratory, Ms. Mazzola?
I don't know.
Well, would you agree that it's certainly longer than the width of this courtroom, the entire serology laboratory?
I don't go into serology a lot. I couldn't tell you honestly.
Well, just approximate. Would you say it's almost as long as this room?
I don't know.
Is it at least half the size of this room, Ms. Mazzola?
At least half the length, yes.
And there are many different workspaces in there?
They're the main table down the middle, yes.
And that table runs the entire length of the room, doesn't it?
Not the entire length, no.
And there are workstations around the perimeter of the room as well?
I don't know if those are workstations or not.
And Ms. Mazzola, the bindles that you're talking about are about this size that I'm showing you right now?
Correct?
And I'm referring to bindles in People's Exhibit 1630D.
Approximately inch by inch and a half, 2 inches.
And is it your testimony that you just happened to be walking through this room and you noticed that a couple of the bindles that were on the counter somewhere happened to be from your case? Is that what you're saying?
I had seen them out, people working, and I went in to see.
Well, did you go in to see because you knew that people were working on the bindles in this case? Is that the reason you went into serology?
I saw they were working on something. I went in to check out what it was.
You mean you had no idea that what they were working on was this particular case?
They work on several cases,
They work on hundreds of cases, don't they?
probably hundreds, yes.
Okay. But you walked in thinking that perhaps they were working on the serology of this particular case. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes,
That's what piqued your interest, isn't it?
yes.
But you said earlier that you had no particular interest in this case, didn't you, Ms. Mazzola?
I had seen my colleagues working on it. I thought it was this case. I just went in to see what they were working on. That's
And the
it.
reason you went in to see what they were working on is because you wanted to see work going on the case that you participated in. Isn't that right?
Not the actual work. I just was interested in what they were
Who
doing.
were the colleagues you saw working on that day?
Oh, I can't remember. This was a while ago.
Well, was this this is after August 23rd, though, correct?
Correct.
And you don't remember which serologists were working on it that day?
The probative value of this line of questioning, I think, has been exhausted.
Ms. Mazzola, but needless to say, they were not working, I'm sorry, how many different bindles did you say were created in this case? Was it 35 or thereabouts?
Those,
Overall.
You testified a moment ago to a certain number, and I don't recall the number. Could you
Those-
remember?
those were the number of red the item numbers with red stains that were picked up.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that simply since Mr. Fung collected many of these bindles or formed many of these bindles, and you made some of the bindles, that just seeing some bindles not having your initials on them would not necessarily be surprising, would it?
Yes,
I mean, accepting your testimony on August 23rd, one would expect to see your initials on some of the bindles and Dennis Fung's initials on other bindles, correct?
correct?
So simply seeing Dennis Fung's initials on some bindles that they were working on in the serology laboratory on a date after August 23rd did not cause you any alarm, did it?
Sustained. Counsel, we've covered this area.
Ms. Mazzola, did you realize at some point that based on your August 23rd testimony, that if the prosecutors could not produce the original bindles that you claimed you had initials, that could be devastating?
Sustained. Curious to disregard the implication of that question. All right, counsel, we're going to take a 10-minute.
I'm through.
You're through?
Yes.
What are you gonna say?
All right. We're still going to take a 10-minute recess, then we'll conclude with Mr. Goldberg. I'd like to finish this witness today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief 10-minute recess. Remember all my admonitions to you. Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. In the Simpson matter, all parties are again present. Let's have the jurors, please. Let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Ms. Mazzola is again on the witness stand. Ms. Mazzola, good afternoon again, and you were reminded you were still under oath. And Mr. Goldberg, you may commence and conclude your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think it'll be too long, hopefully. Good afternoon, Ms. Mazzola.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Mazzola, as to the coin envelopes that you were asked about on cross-examination by the defense attorney, did you open up and look in every single one of these coin envelopes today?
Yes,
And where did you do that?
here in the courtroom,
Who was present when you did that?
the prosecution and the defense,
Was this something that was done on the record but outside the presence of the jury?
correct?
And did you take a look at the the bindles that were in each one of those coin envelopes?
Correct.
When you did that, did you recognize the bindles in each one of the coin envelopes?
I recognize them as to the item numbers.
Did you recognize the writing on the numbers as being either yours or Dennis Fung's?
For the item numbers, yes.
And on many of them, did you recognize Dennis Fung's initials?
I don't remember if I saw his initials or not.
Okay, let's take one of these items as an example. Item number 47, if I may. I'm not going to go through all of these now, but I'd like her just to
Certainly.
remove
Proceed.
from item number 47.
Careful. Gloves?
Do you need gloves?
Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, did you want to have her put something down on the court's?
Please, why don't you clear that box off, Mr. Goldberg, for us? Here's. Which hand me the towels. I mean the glove box. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Item 47, evidence item 47 appears to be comprised of 3 coin envelopes stapled together.
Now, maybe you can just hold that up for the jury so that they can see it.
All right, Ms. Goldberg, you have to stand back.
Now, this appears to have quite a bit of writing on it. Did it have all that writing on it when you created the bindle initially?
No,
Can you tell us what writing was on it at the time that the bindle was originally created?
on this particular bindle, the number 112 and the initials DF.
And do you recognize that to be Dennis Fung's initials
Yes,
and writing?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe you should confidently testify that Dennis Funk's initials indicate that Dennis Funk created that bingo.
Overruled. Do you the question was, do you recognize Dennis Funk's initials,
Yes.
yes or no? All right, that's where it stands.
And when you and Mr. Fung were processing these, was it his, was he writing on the bindles that he was creating and you were writing on the bindles that you were creating?
at the time I thought I was writing on the bindles I was creating.
I mean, the item number.
Oh, the item number? Yes.
And when you went through these various items, did you recognize them to be the original bindles that were created by you and Mr. Fung?
When?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
On the 14th,
Yes.
did you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. Now maybe you can replace item number 47 into that corner. Tell us what you're doing for the record.
Just placing the bindle back into the coin envelope.
Before we move on to the next bindle in item number 47, do you see the original coin envelope into which the item was placed on the 13th when it was collected?
Yes.
Can you hold that up so the jurors can see?
All right, is the actual writing on that important? On the face of that? I'm not sure that
Yeah, well,
1492 can see that.
maybe we should put that on the Elmo. Can you just detach that from the other coin envelope so I don't heat up the remaining items? Okay, this is the original coin envelope into which item number 47 was placed
Yes.
when it was swatched at the scene on June 13th.
Correct.
And you were asked about photo documenting these items. Was this particular coin envelope photo documented in any way on the 13th?
Yes, it was.
How was that?
This particular coin envelope, photo item 112, was the actual photo ID card at the scene, or item 112.
So if we looked at the photograph for item number 47 that was taken at the Bundy location, we would actually see this photo ID number 112?
Correct.
And why is this particular coin envelope folded?
Because it was folded to be used as the actual photo ID card.
And have you recognized when you looked at the photo ID numbers that were placed on the Bundy Trail, for instance, were you able to recognize that those were in fact the coin envelopes into which the items were placed?
Yes.
Now, at the upper portion of this coin envelope, there's something that says DR and then there's a number on it. What's that?
That is the DR number that is assigned to each particular case, scene, sample that we get into toxicology.
And was that assigned and put on this when they were processed on the 14th?
No, that is bought usually by the detectives that are in charge.
Okay. And the item number 47, when is that placed on the envelope?
That is the property ID number that was placed on this particular one would be on the 14th.
And the 112 was placed at the scene?
The 112 was placed at the scene.
Your Honor, I'd like to take a look at another exhibit that's already marked as People's 48B for identification, but I'd like to put it up if we can simultaneously. Okay. Directing your attention to People's 48B, what is that?
That is item 112.
Okay. And can we alternate now back to the coin envelope, item 48? Maybe we can just do that a couple more times. Is that possible? We can put those, can we put those next to each other? Thanks. So taking a look now at the card number 47 and the photograph that depicts a card number 112, are those the same object?
Yes, they are.
When you got back to the laboratory, the item number 47 and the photo ID was added,
Right back at the laboratory.
and then the DR number.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Now, at the time that you testified at the Griffin hearing, you were under the impression that you had initialed the coin envelopes and the bindles, the coin envelopes in the field. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I know we discussed this a little bit on direct examination, but why is it you believe that to be the case?
Because at the previous scene that I had done, my first scene, that is the way the criminalists at that scene did it.
Okay, and why is it that you did not do that in that particular way on the 13th?
Because Mr. Funk said we would be working as a team. There was only two of us, and it had to be picked up by either one of us.
And similarly, you believed at the time of the Griffin hearing that you had initialed the coin envelopes that you created. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you believe that?
Because, again, that was the way it had been done at the first scene I had gone to, and I believe that I had done it on the 13th.
All right. And is it your understanding, based upon your training as a criminalist, that what individualizes the bindles in the coin envelopes is the handwriting number that is placed on by the criminalist at the time that they're created?
Objection, meeting.
Sustained.
What is your understanding as a criminalist with respect to what individualizes the bindles that are created by the criminalist?
It's the item numbers. that are important because the item number on the bindle ties it to the item number of, say, the blood stain that was collected.
Okay. Now, maybe we can take a look at the other bindle that's contained in item number 47. You can hold that one up for the jury.
It's a little hard to see.
Oh, so. And does that have some writing on it?
Yes, it does.
And what writing is that?
It has several initials, some dates, and 112C.
Okay, and is the 112C what was placed on there by Mr. Fung on the 14th?
Yes, it was.
Objection as to what was placed on by Mr. Funk.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Well, you and Mr. Fung were working on these together, is that correct?
Correct.
Whose 112C is that?
Objection, Your Honor. That's
Sustained.
improper foundation.
Do you recognize Mr. Fung's writing?
Somewhat,
And were you there when these were created?
yes.
Do you recognize whose writing is on that 112C?
It is not mine, it is Mr. Fung's.
Objection has moved to strike the last answer.
Overruled.
Now, the other writing that was put on there, was that at some subsequent time by other people?
Yes,
Your Honor.
No foundation for that. Answered stricken, juries to disregard.
Well, did you see that writing being put on there?
no,
Okay, thank you. You can replace that item. And at the time that you were working on them, was any of the other writing on other than the 112C?
no.
Thank you. You can replace that item.
Seals.
She doesn't have any seals.
All right, with regards to this item 112, I'll direct Mrs. Robertson to reseal, restaple and reseal.
As to the writing that was on the bindle, did you recognize any of that as being writing from other people in your laboratory?
I believed I recognized a few of the initials.
Was there any writing on the item that appeared to be from people that were from an outside lab that you did not recognize?
Sustain.
Okay. Have you replaced those?
Yes, you have.
Now, you say that at one point you went into the serology laboratory and saw some of the bindles that you and Mr. Fung created in this case.
Correct.
Are you allowed as a criminalist?
Objection, Your Honor, as to the last portion of the question. There's some facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Are you allowed into the serology laboratory?
Yes,
You have access to that as a criminalist?
yes,
Are the people who work in serology your colleagues?
yes,
Do you know, are you on a friendly basis with those people?
yes.
Is there any lab policy or rule that prohibits you from going into serology and talking with colleagues?
No,
When you brought the items back from the Bundy and Rockingham location on the evening of the 13th, how did you get into the evidence processing room?
I believe one of us entered the evidence processing room and opened the large outer door.
Can you open the large outer door from the exterior of the facility?
We cannot,
So you have to go in and go through the evidence processing room first?
correct?
What is this large outer door in the evidence processing room?
It's a large, heavy-duty metal door that is electric that can be rolled up to gain access to the room.
Okay. And when you went in through the large metal doors, did you bring the items with you, you and Mr. Fung?
That is how we brought them into the room, yes.
Did anyone else go in there with you?
No,
Is it possible that maybe some person ran in there and snuck into the evidence processing room and then hid until you and Mr. Fung left?
Objection, leading speculative.
Sustained.
Well, did you see anyone scurry into the room and hide, waiting for you and Mr. Fung to leave?
no,
All right. And when you left the evidence processing room, were the doors closed
the door was closed
and locked?
and locked, yes.
Now, in order to get into this door in the evidence processing room, do you need any kind of key or electronic device?
It's operated by a computer lock. We have an ID card that we must put over the lock for the door to unlock.
I wanted to take a look at the evidence drawing board. She has her. I think it's People's 170 for identification. We happen to have that key card with you that you use?
Yes, I do.
Maybe you could just, we won't, don't worry, we won't mark it as an exhibit, but maybe you could just.
Please don't.
Would you describe that for the record, please, Mr.?
Yes, she appears to be holding a plastic card that appears to be about 1/4 of an inch in width. Seems to have a barcode sticker on one side and is approximately 2.5 inches by 3.5 inches.
Large credit card size.
It's People's 170.
All right, People's 170.
Ms. Mazzola, maybe you could just step down for a moment. Does People's 170 depict most of the major steps that are involved in the evidence drawing process?
Does.
And you were talking about how Mr. Fung was manipulating the swatches into the tubes in order to set them out for drawing. Is that depicted on this board?
Yes, it is.
Is that cell number 2?
Number 2,
And
yes.
when he did that, in your presence, did his hands ever come into contact with the swatch?
No, it did not.
And after he does that, what does
Objection, Your Honor, and I move to strike, no foundation.
and after he does that, what does he do with the test tube?
Test tube was placed back into the coin envelope corresponding to the item number.
And is the same thing then done for the control swatch?
Identical thing.
Now, when you are working on these items on the evening of the 14th, do you simply line up all the coin envelopes in a big row and then in an assembly line fashion go from envelope to envelope?
No.
Why don't you do it that way?
It's just as easy to work on one at a time. It's safer to work on one item at a time. That completely finished in the box before moving on.
What advantages are there to working on one item at a time in terms of making it safer?
You decrease the risk of getting swatches mixed up, getting your numbers mixed up, possibility that two swatches from two different items come into contact with each other or the same surface.
So you're only processing one item at a time?
Correct.
And after that item is processed and both the control and swatches are in their respective test tubes and in the coin envelope, what happens to the coin envelope?
Coin envelopes are placed in a shallow cardboard box for security, hold them together.
And where does box go?
Box goes into a cabinet where the swatches are allowed to dry overnight.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to take a look at People's 171. It's the evidence packaging board.
All right, which item is this?
This is People's 171 for identification.
Thank you.
Ms. Mazzola, direct your attention to People's 171. Does this depict most of the steps that are involved in the evidence packaging portion of the processing phase?
Yes, it is.
And when you were talking about placing the items on a bindle, is that depicted here?
Yes.
And which photo ID number is that?
Photo 1.
All right, and how are the swatches placed on the bindle?
They are placed on the bindle using a long glass pipette.
Can you also do that simply by tapping the test tube onto the bindle itself
And yes,
in either way?
either way.
And what happens to the pipette if you use the pipette technique after you've done this?
Pipette's thrown away.
And the test tube?
Test tube is also thrown away.
All right. And what happens after those items are thrown away?
Well, the bindle is folded up and the clasps are tucked in to secure it.
And then what's done with the bindle?
The item number is placed on the bindle to distinguish it from any other bindle.
And do you also place a number to distinguish the control, or a little C to distinguish the control from the swatch?
Most people do, yes.
Then what's done with the bindles?
Bindles are placed back into the original coin envelopes, and the envelopes are then sealed.
Now, with this procedure, do you do this in an assembly line fashion?
No, one at a time,
And again, why is it that you only work on one item at a time?
for the same reason as before.
Okay, thank you. You may resume your seat. Now, you were asked about looking at photographs in order to refresh your recollection, and specifically item number 47. I think it was photo ID number 112.
Correct.
When you looked at a photograph that refreshed your recollection, was that a close-up or a perspective shot?
It was a perspective shot.
And what did it show?
It showed the location of item 112 at the scene.
What was it about that item, if anything, that stood out in your memory?
Well, it was the first blood drop on the trail at Bundy.
And when you say the trail, you're talking about the series of dots that started on the walkway and ended in the area of the driveway.
Correct.
And what was it about that, the location of that drop, if anything, that caused you to recall that Mr. Fung had participated in swatching that particular stain?
Well, the fact that it was the first,
Not beyond the scope at this point, I believe, of my,
It was the first drop on the trail, and it was also at the corner of the house in the front.
Now, you were asked some questions about the blood vial containing the reference sample of the defendant. Did you ever touch that blood vial?
The blood vial itself, no.
Do you ever recall touching the envelope itself?
I don't believe I did.
So did you ever handle the blood vial?
No.
And to your knowledge, did you ever handle the envelope?
To the best that I can recall, no.
I just want to go back to item number 47 for a second that you looked at. You looked at the photograph in order to refresh your recollection. Could you see in that perspective shot where the blood drop was in relationship to the corner of the building?
Somewhat, yes.
In other words, could you see the placement of the drop? The
Yes.
relative position of the drop?
Yes.
Right. And was it viewing that caused you to refresh your recollection as to that drop?
Certainly.
Sustained.
What was it that caused you to that caused your recollection to become refreshed as to that drop when you saw the photograph?
The fact that it was the first drop on the trail and it's positioned right in the front at the corner of the house.
All right. Now, going back to the blood vial for a second, was it your belief when you testified at the Griffin hearing that you had left shortly after 5 o'clock?
Yes,
And why did you believe that?
because that is the time that I thought we had left. It did not seem that a long period of time had gone by.
When did you discover that that was not the case?
When Mr. Fung told me to write down that he had received the blood vial and the time.
Now, on either the 13th or the 14th, did you ever have any reason to believe that the issues relating to when and where and how that blood vial and its packaging was recovered would be important?
No,
Or that there would be any kinds of allegations of wrongdoing in connection with the blood vial by the defense or by...
no.
Now, with respect to item number 15 and 16, when did you put those items on the crime scene identification checklist?
I believe it was the next day on the 14th.
Maybe I can see, I think it's defense 1107. While they're getting that, I also wanted to take another look at a portion of People's 186, the scene showing Ms. Mazzola placing stuff, the items in the back of the LAPD crime scene truck.
Is this the one with the time code on it?
Yes.
How many times do you think is necessary for us to see that?
I don't know. It seems to come up over and over again. Where I'm only going to see a little snippet of it, Your Honor.
Do you have it queued up?
Maybe we could fast forward a little bit, just up to the point where they put the items in the back of the truck. Okay, let's just go a little bit further. Okay, let's stop for a second. Now, can you see your hands and Mr. Fung's hands in this frame 17/11/57/28?
I could see Mr. Fung's hands and one of mine, yes.
Let's go a little bit further. Just take a look at your hands and Mr. Fung's hands. We don't have to go in slow motion. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Now, were either you or Mr. Fung carrying anything back into the Rockingham location when you left the crime scene truck after you had placed the kits and also the items of evidence in the rear of the truck?
No,
So did you have your crime scene identification checklist?
no,
Did you have anything at that time that you could use to fill out and record the locations of item number 15 and 16?
no,
Did you have any of your coin envelopes with you or any packaging materials with you at that time?
no,
Okay. Well, Ms. Mazzola, you say that you didn't have your crime scene identification checklist or any coin envelopes. Could have you hidden your crime scene identification checklist and the coin envelopes in your sock?
Sustain.
Well, did you hide them somewhere on your person so that you could produce them later on when you got back to Rockingham?
Overruled.
no,
Did you see Mr. Fung doing that?
no.
All right. Now, I'd like to take a look at Defense 1107. Maybe we can see 15 and 16 a little bit better at the bottom. Okay, that's fine. Now, on 15 and 16, did you write down any measurements as to where the items were actually located?
No,
Did you have your measuring tape with you at the time?
no,
With respect to the other items that were collected at Rockingham that are contained on this list, maybe we can just take a look at item number 1. Starting with number 1, that's the stain that was contained on the Bronco,
correct,
and even for that, you have some measurements.
yes,
Do you have measurements for the other items that are contained on this list, including A, B, and C, A and B, which were not collected?
correct,
So the only ones that you don't have measurements for are 15 and 16.
correct.
And why is that?
We didn't have our measuring tape with us.
So when did you place the notations as to where those items were located?
When we placed the items themselves on the identification checklist.
Okay, thank you. Now, you said when you were walking out with the plastic bag that it appeared that the weight was concentrated in a part of the bag. What did you mean by that part of your testimony?
Objection, I don't believe that. Should have some.
I think she did.
Sustain.
Do you recall testifying in substance that the weight was concentrated in one part of the bag?
Objection, I asked this leading
Sustain.
question also.
Was the weight concentrated in one part of the bag?
It appeared to be heavier in one area.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
Well, if it was item 15, 16 and the photo ID cards, they really didn't weigh that much. And the weight I felt tended to be in one area rather than spread out over the whole bag.
Now, with respect to the photo ID cards at the Rockingham location, is it your general practice that after the items are collected, the stains, the card would be lifted up?
Yes,
Do you recall seeing a segment of videotape that showed Mr. Fung lifting up some cards in what appears to be the afternoon?
yes.
Do you know whether those were cards A, B, and C?
I don't know for sure which ones they were now.
Do you know for sure whether all the cards were down in the afternoon?
I don't know.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
To show one more photograph.
Can we see it, please?
Well, I think it's already in evidence.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Which number is this, Mr. Goldberg?
48A. I direct your attention to 48A for identification. Does that depict photo ID number 112, item number 48?
Yes, it does.
And is this the perspective shot that you were referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
One moment. No further questions.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Mazzola, I'm going to ask you to collect the items before you return them to Mrs. Robertson, the clerk. You are now excused as a witness, however, you were subject to recall. All right? All right, counsel, given the time that we've expended today before the jury, I think we're going to call it quits for today. All right, I do have a few matters I want to take up with counsel, though, before we leave. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you very much. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regards to the case. And have a pleasant weekend. I think I mentioned to you that we have other commitments tomorrow, counsel and myself. We will not be in session as far as witnesses are concerned. Tomorrow we'll start again promptly Monday morning, 9 o'clock, and we're going to have a full week of testimony next week. So I'll see you next week. All right, have a pleasant weekend. Enjoy the outings. All right. And Ms. Mazzola, you may step down. And would you take those items, please, over to Mrs. Robertson? Let me ask counsel, I understand that we're going to have Mr. Matheson as our next witness. All right, are we going to need any of these items for him tomorrow?
Do I need any of these for him tomorrow?
Correct.
I mean Monday?
Excuse me, Monday.
Yes. I don't need them. I don't think I need them.
Mr., who is going to be doing, Mr. Blazer, doing the cross-examinations to Mr. Matheson?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, do you anticipate need of these for cross-examination?
I don't at this time, but I would request that the prosecution have available photographs of those items in case we do need at least photographs to refer to.
To the crime laboratory.
Yes, she is so ordered. And they are in a sealed condition now, Mrs. Robertson? All right. Mr. Goldberg, did you hear Mr. Blazer's comment regarding the availability of photographs as to these items?
I'm sorry.
Did you hear Mr. Blazier's request regarding the availability of photographs of these items?
Well, I think we probably have photographs of all of these items because they were sent out to the defense at Albany, and photographs were taken at those times, so they should have all of them. I do not know if we have photographs of bindles of all of those items.
Sir, on Wednesday. I understand Mr. Goldberg's going to take at least a day for Mr. Matheson.
All right, well, whoever needs the photographs ought to have them here. I mean, do you have a set of photographs, Mr. Blazier?
We can check to see if we have, I'm not sure we have all of each individual
They're in
item.
the sets of photographs, and
It's my
it takes
understanding.
some going through to find them, but I think they're all there.
Okay. All right, we had one other item regarding the EAP issues on the demonstration board for Mr. Matheson. Do you want to, let's take that up now.
Well, Your Honor, I don't know whether the court had a chance to read our letter brief that we filed.
When did that get filed?
I think it was just today.
Well, in case you hadn't noticed, I've been busy.
I know, Your Honor. That's why I assume that the court probably didn't have an opportunity.
No, I have not seen it.
There-
All right, I'll read it. All right, are there any other issues that we can resolve?
Is the court going to read it before we have any further argument on that?
If you want me to read it, I'll read it.
I appreciate it.
Okay, I'll read it.
I would like to respond to it. I can do that in writing over the weekend if you like.
How about tomorrow, by tomorrow morning? You can fax it to me. All right.
We'll do that.
But there were also some other,
I have a session regarding this case tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so I'll be here.
there were also some other issues regarding EAP that I wanted to raise, and I didn't have an opportunity before the close of yesterday's session.
All right, well, let me ask counsel to be here then on Monday at 8:30.
Do you not want any argument tomorrow? I mean, I'll be here.
No, why don't you file your documents? I've got the reason we're not going to be in session is because I've got other things, other cases, other things to
Okay.
do tomorrow. But if you file whatever you want, then I'll consider it over the weekend, do any research that I need to do.
I know when we talked about this last time, the court suggested that you wanted to hear Mr. Matheson testify outside the presence of a jury at 4:02 hearing. Not yesterday, time before that. I don't know whether the court still desires that. It's somewhat of an involved issue in that I think once the court understands the technology and the scientific issues, that the legal issue will become absolutely crystal clear. And perhaps the court would want that testimony first, because I don't know whether I've adequately explained what our position is and why it is that we feel we're entitled to prevail.
Well, as I've indicated to you, I'll read your letter brief, I'll read the cases that you cite, I'll read the response from Mr. Blazier, and then we'll see where we are. All right, at 8:30 on Monday. All right, Mr. Scheck, anything else on the EAP issue? All right, Mr. Scheck.
A brief request, Your Honor, that I think will save us all time in the long run, and I think is something of basic fairness. I understand that they've changed the order of the witnesses now, because we had anticipated Mr. Yamuchi, now we'll have Mr. Matheson. And I've been further informed that the prosecution intends to then start with DNA witnesses. And we've been given a lead time of 3 days. Problem is that the DNA evidence is so voluminous. As of 10 days ago, we got a 200-page handwritten set of notes from DOJ. And I must confess, I haven't read them yet. What we would request is that we be given more advance notice. Just we want to know which labs are coming first, so we can be preparing this weekend, because if we get that kind of advance notice, then it will go faster. Frankly, given the voluminous data, the continuing results that are coming in, we don't want to be in a position where we would have to turn to the court and ask for some extra time. That would be the last thing we'd want to do, because I want to go home. So I think it would expedite everything if we could have, just as far as the DNA issues, because it's so dense, that we get more advance notice with respect to which set of tests and witnesses are coming first.
Refresh my recollection as to what our specific agreement was regarding prior notices to the witnesses. Was it the next?
At least 3 days. And what's happened has been changed. They changed the order.
Well, I advised them that I changed the order of this on Thursday.
Yes. Well,
And that I expected Mr. Matheson to be.
All right, but
We don't wanna-
who do you, well, let me just ask, who do you, so I can also get prepared myself. Who do you anticipate for our DNA witnesses? Have you set an order yet? Mr. Clark?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the first witness will be Dr. Cotton from Cellmark, who will testify to the results in the series of reports that Cellmark has already issued.
All right, who do you anticipate after that?
Then the Department of Justice.
All right, who do you anticipate coming from the DOJ?
At this point, it would appear.
I take it California DOJ.
Correct. Gary Sims as well as Renee Montgomery.
All right, who do you anticipate after that?
Mr. Yamauchi, most likely.
All right,
another thing that we would indicate that the previous order of witnesses had included the nurse, Mr. Paradas, and Mr. Yamauchi, which we regard as chain of custody witnesses and foundational witnesses with respect to the blood, particularly the blood vial, which is obviously of greatest interest to the defense. They must have some.
it would seem to make some logical sense, yeah, you're right.
Yes, so we obviously would request, and maybe they can brief it if they want, but we think that certainly the nurse's testimony should come in before they start introducing the test results.
Goes to the nurse's testimony, Mr. Van Adder testified already that he saw the blood being drawn and that he dropped it off to Dennis Funk. There's no further foundation. Even if the court were to require us to put it on in some particular order, there is no further foundation necessary.
Well, the issue here is not, first of all, is notice to the defense as to who's coming. Mr. Clark, my guess is that you've just given us 2 to 3 weeks worth of witnesses.
That's a cross-examination.
They told us that the chain of custody witnesses were going to take a week. That's what we were told.
I have one concern about the last remark of Mr. Goldberg's, which is that it's our position, as it has been all along, no surprise that we have been challenging the chain of custody, and we are challenging that there's not a proper foundation, which is for some of these DNA test results to come in. And I think you yourself said even in your ruling that no matter what the ruling was on the Kelly Fry issues, that the people still have to lay the proper foundation before any witness can testify to results. And I don't believe it's just a New York rule, Your Honor. I'm sure it's a California rule and a rule in every jurisdiction in this country. As a matter of foundation, you introduce the blood into evidence before you can have anybody testify to what the results are about the blood. You introduce the narcotics into evidence before a technician can testify to the results.
Counsel, the issue hasn't been presented to me yet. I don't have to rule on it. The issue here is Mr. Scheck asked who's coming next. He knows. You can take whatever action you feel is appropriate in light of that information.
Okay, so that the people are on notice, we will object to any testimony about results, for instance, results of a DNA profile or a conventional serological profile attributed to Mr. Simpson until the blood is introduced in evidence. And the same will apply to swatches allegedly sent to these laboratories by, or any other swatches or anything else, that at least the person who collected it, it has to be introduced. Fine.
Well, you're tipping off what your objections are going to be, and we'll see what happens when we get there.
Okay.
All right.
One final thing, Your Honor. The people filed a brief today also about, there was no statement of facts, but the subject matter was introducing police reports in lieu of having witnesses testify as business records.
Something to do with lab reports. Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, and we're very concerned about what it is they intend to introduce that way. We will have certain objections, and we would appreciate some sort of an offer as to what it is they intend to introduce this way so that we can make the appropriate objections.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, that was your handiwork. Citing your own handiwork.
I had my able assistant put that together for me. Your Honor, what we're going to do is we're going to put on every piece of evidence and every test result for a single witness, the LAPD. We're not going to call any other witnesses. I guess humor isn't very rude, doesn't seem to be receptive on it. I don't know, it's a humorless group of people, I guess.
Mirthless.
No?
Mirthless, yes. All right. Okay.
No, what we do plan on doing is we plan on putting certain chain of custody evidence up through Mr. Matheson that would normally require some other witnesses to be called, but essentially what he's going to be testifying to is that items are packaged up and mailed out based on business records, and that's what he refers to.
All right.
This doesn't refer to test results.
Okay.
We will object to that, and we'll file something in writing by Monday.
All right. All right, anybody interested in the 980 hearing? I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, have a nice weekend.
Very good.
Simpson said he